sculpture at St. Martin's College, that's where I caught her eye. She told me that her dad was loaded. I said, in that case I'll have room with Coca-Cola. She said, fine. And then in 30 seconds time, she said, I wanna live like common people. I wanna do whatever common people do. Wanna sleep with common people. I wanna sleep with common people like you. What else could I do? I said, oh, I'll see what I can do. I took her to a supermarket. I don't know why, but I just started somewhere. So it started there. I said, pretend you got no money. And she just laughed and said, oh, you're so funny. I said, yeah. I can't see anyone else smiling here. Are you sure? You wanna live like common people. You wanna see whatever common people see. Wanna sleep with common people. You wanna sleep with common people like me. But she didn't understand. And she just smiled and held my hand. I went to flash above the shop. I cut your hair and get a job. I smoke some facts and play some pool. Pretend you never went to school. Still you'll never get it right. It's when you're laid in bed at night, watching roaches climb the wall. If you called your dad, he could stop it. Oh yeah. You'll never live like common people. You'll never do whatever common people do. Never fail like common people. You'll never watch your lives slide out of view. And then dance and drink and screw. Because there's nothing else to do. Sing along with the common people. Sing along and it might just get you through. Laugh along with the common people. Laugh along even though they're laughing at you. And the stupid things that you do. Because you think that, oh, it's cool. Like a dog lying in a corner. They will bite you and never warn you. Look out. They'll tear your insides out. 'Cause everybody hates a tourist, especially one who thinks it's all such a laugh. Yeah, and the chip stains and grease will come out in the bath. You will never understand how it feels to live your life with no meaning or control, and with nowhere left to go. You are amazed that they exist, and they burn so bright whilst you can only wonder why. I rent a flat above the shop, cut your hair and get a job. I smoke some facts and play some pool. Pretend Mama, we all go to hell. Mama, we all go to hell. I'm writing this letter and wishing you well. Mama, we all go to hell. Oh, well, now, Mama, we're all gonna die. Mama, we're all gonna die. Stop asking me questions, I'd hate to see you cry. Mama, we're all gonna die. And when we go, don't blame us, yeah. We let the fire just feed us, yeah. You made us so famous. We'll never let you go. When you go to return to me, my love. Mama, we're all full of lies. Mama, we're meant for the flies. And right now they're building a coffin your size. Mama, we're all full of lies. Well, Mother, what's the war did to my legs and to my tongue? You should have raised a baby girl. I should have been a better son. If you could count on the infection, naked, amputated ones, you should have been. I could have been a better son. And when we go, don't blame us, yeah. We let the fire just feed us, yeah. You made us so famous. We'll never let you go. She said you ain't no son of mine. For what you done there, get a find a place for you and just your mind, your manners when you go. When you go to return to me, my love. That's right. Mama, we are gonna hell. Mama, we are gonna hell. It's really quite pleasant, except for the smell. Mama, we all go to hell. that I can never repay, but I will try anyway. I sent a message I know you'd see, a promise written on a TV screen. Now they let you down the path to me, and I'm begging you on my knees. Baby, when our eyes met, I could never look away. You're all I ever wanted. There's nothing left to say, 'cause baby you can use me. I'll do what you want me to, and baby you can kill me. When I know use, when I know use to you. My body will be a fortress. I will keep you safe from pain. My eyes will be your weapons. My losses are your gains. Oh, together we can burn this to the ground, rebuild it into something right. 'Cause you are bigger than the planet Earth, and I am your satellite. 'Cause baby, when our eyes met, I'm the epitome, a public enemy. Why you wanna go and do me like that? Come down on the street and dance with me. I'm alive like you, so please, hello, I'm here, I'm waiting. Oh, I think I'd be good for you, and you'd be good for me. I asked you to go to the Green Day concert. You said you never heard of them. How cool is that? So I went to your room and read your diary, watching grunge leg drop New Jack to a press table. And then my heart stopped listening to Cho-Cho San, fall in love all over again. I'm alive like you, so please, hello, I'm here, I'm waiting. Oh, crazy now. I think I'd be good for you, and you'd be good for me. Oh, stupid is it? I can't talk about it. I gotta sing about it and make a record of. How stupid is it? Won't you give me a minute? Just come up to me and say hello. How stupid is it? For all I know, you want me to, and maybe you just don't know what to do, and maybe you're scared to say I'm falling for you. I could get my head out of the sand, 'cause I think we'd make a good team, and you would keep my fingernails clean. But that's just a stupid dream that I won't realize, 'cause I can't even look in your eyes without shaking, and I ain't faking. I'll bring home the turkey if you bring home the bacon. I'm alive like you, so please, hello, I'm here, I'm waiting. No, I think I'd be good for you, and you'd be good for me. I'm alive like you, I'm alive like you, I'm alive and I'm waiting. No, I think I'd be good for you, and you'd be good for me.
Hi, hello, Smile. How's it going? Oh, yeah, I saw you watching a cam rip. I dropped in for a few minutes of it. Freddie, what did you think? What did you think of the movie? I didn't think it was that bad. I really didn't. I was expecting it to be like horrendous. It just really was not. It was like significantly better than Far From Home, at least. Well, they're gonna do an X-Men movie. We just gotta wait. Did Paige Christie just drop a new Ethan Klein video? She did. Paige Christie. My favorite YouTuber. The GOAT.
Ooh, she.
The greatest who ever did it. Totally speared the Oreo. I don't think they're going to kill off all the old X-Men. I don't think that'll happen. I thought the way it's going to go is, at the end of Secret Wars or whatever, they'll just send everyone back to their own universes and you'll get some gay-ass, like, you know, Tobey Maguire, happily ever after ending, you know? I mean, I wish, like, everything past First Class was handled differently. It's the same miner, Giselle. It's the same miner. It's not a new miner. Owen Jones doing street interviews in Clacton. Yeah, but they're bringing him back anyway. They're bringing Toby back. Cole's Day, Secret Cole. Oh man, I don't know what to start off with. I really don't. Let's do this Owen Jones Clacton interview shit. Fuck it. So, I assume everyone knows already. Not Owen Jones. Fuck me, man. I assume everyone knows already. Nigel Farage is leader of Reform UK. I would say the British far-right party, but we now have Restore Britain, who are further right. So, middlingly far-right party, Reform UK. First place they got a seat was Clacton. It's a shithole seaside town that used to be a holiday destination for people living in London, but as obviously, you know, people have migrated out of the city, they've moved into these coastal areas. There's a lot of like boomers, you know, retired people in these areas, and then as such, there's not a whole lot of opportunities, and so they just fall into like a massive lack of any economic productivity and get totally raped. And so they're all just total shitholes that blame all their problems on immigrants all the time. So they voted for Farage, and now Farage has stepped down, called a by-election, and will be standing for re-election there against Count Bimface and 37 other challengers.
A man with a bend in his head? No. A man that dresses a fox? No. There's a clairvoyant, but shouldn't a clairvoyant know the future?
What do you reckon? It's Nigel Farage versus Count Binface, or is it? We're in Clacton-on-Sea. This constituency was won by the Reform leader back in 2024. He just called a bloody by-election, didn't he? But why? Now, he's under massive pressure over the small issue of a £5 million personal donation from a Thai-based crypto billionaire, plus benefits in kind, donations in kind, from a convicted fraudster. So he decided to deflect from that scrutiny by calling an election and presenting it as the establishment out to get him. The establishment apparently not being a former city stockbroker who's a millionaire and friends with the President of the United States, who's bankrolled by a billionaire.
Keir Starmer spent his entire time in office admitting that immigration is an issue, and it did fucking nothing for him. So I don't even know if I believe that at this point.
But has that cut through? Do people care here? Are they still going to vote for him? How's Count Binface doing? Is this going to be maybe the opportunity for Farage to turn it all around? They've lost by-elections. They've gone down in the polling. Is Count Binface...
He would not do anything about it, though. Then why is net migration down? Why is net migration, like, negative now? I'm pretty sure, right? There's more people leaving the country than entering. Or was it cut by 2/3 or something? How much did Keir Starmer reduce net migration? Down 48%. Lowest level since 2012. $813,000 arrivals, 642,000 departures. Net of 171,000 people. Literally the lowest since 2012 in 2025. Does anyone care? No.
is going to make an impression, and what does this say about our divided and fractured nation, which has been in crisis and turmoil for so many years? How was your summer, Clacton?
How's the summer, Clacton? It's gone downhill, but it's picking itself up again.
A beautiful town.
It is beautiful.
You know, they had the best and they threw it away with Butlins, which is wrong.
I love Clacton. When you come along all this and the grounds are kept beautiful, it's just lovely. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it, yeah.
Who do you think you'll vote for?
Reform.
Have you always voted for Reform or for many years?
Always. Good grief, I'm 80 years old. They wasn't about.
Who did you used to vote for before Reform?
Well, I voted for different parties.
Yeah.
Which one? I think you look at who's going to be the MP and he looks decent. You know, we make mistakes. Boris.
All the complaints about integration are like totally overblown. It's like so retarded. Please make your complaint. Here's the first one. Here's the first one that I'll immediately knock down. People feel like they don't live in their own country. They go out on blocks that they used to see that seem to be of their own language or of their own nationality, ethnicity, whatever, are now blocks covered in Indians. There's Indian writing all over the place. Or there's Muslim writing all over the place. Except almost all those places are going to have been immigrant communities in the past. They're going to have been places where people from the colonies came. They're going to have been places where poor people lived in the past, especially in London, a lot of East London. Is where poor people lived, and now it's where immigrants lived, because those are the people that have moved into that slot. The people who were poor there have moved out into rural areas where they could own homes and all this shit, so they're gone now. But they're still here, and it's just the natural course of migration patterns that the poor move out of the cities as they gain affluence and get older. Immigrants move in, take those spots, immigrants gain affluence, get older, move out of the cities, a new set of immigrants come in. This is the path of immigration in every country. This is why there are, immigrant communities in America that have been immigrant communities for over 100 years, but have not always had the same type of immigrants in them. This is just how it happens in every country where you have a flow of immigration. So that's the first one. Lack of integration. So what's another way we could talk about lack of integration? Crime. Who are the biggest criminals in terms of immigrants? Albanians. It's Albanians. Is there a bunch of uproar about fucking Albanian immigration? When people are talking about the immigration we need to stop, as much as they may not want Albanian immigration, is that who we're talking about? No, they're not talking about that. They're saying there are Muslims, brown Muslims, not kind of white-looking Muslims like a bunch of Albanians are. Brown Muslims going around raping everyone. There's a bunch of Pakistani Muslims going around raping everyone. That's what the integration issue is. So, but because Albanians are just around like shooting people and selling coke, but But that doesn't capture the imagination like white girls being raped. That doesn't capture the fantasies of the 60-year-old Clacton man. Quite like a white girl being raped by an ethnic minority. So I'm just totally unconvinced that any of this stuff is, you know, people are actually raising it remotely in good faith. There are some people that are just like totally psyoped. But broadly, it is just people lashing out, and they kind of know it's wrong.
Johnson's one. Margaret Thatcher was a huge mistake.
Was she? Why?
Sorry?
Why was she a mistake?
She sold us off. Water, telecoms.
Doesn't Farage believe it? I mean, he's basically a Thatcherite. He
Okay,
quit
well, I
the
don't
Conservative
believe in
Party
like
when they
stupid
got rid of
conspiracy
Thatcher
shit,
in
so I
anger.
think it's
Well,
intentional. I think it's
got
causing
to give a
problems to
chance.
governments.
I quite like him.
The reality is that immigration is incredibly difficult to stop. You can't just stop immigration. Like the whole boats thing, unless you're willing to stop breaking human rights law, unless you're willing to start, you know, completely throwing away everything that we built after the Second World War. You can't just stop the boats, for instance. You know, it's hard to do mass deportations. It's incredibly expensive and cumbersome. It's just an incredibly difficult issue to deal with. Immigration is a, you know, very natural thing that just happens. These people can move around. That they're always going to be able to move physically from their country to yours. They're always going to have an incentive to do it, so long as the situation in their country is bad and they can get some semblance of a better life here. Okay, but this is like non-reasoning. You realize that, Turbo? That's like non-reasoning. I don't think it's far-fetched, man. That's not saying anything. I actually do, and regardless, it is actually quite far-fetched that a bunch of governments are causing themselves massive issues. They're just like totally kneecapping themselves, losing elections, Keir's being ousted. You know, all these governments in Europe, and they're scrambling to enact policy against it as well. But it's like fake policy. It's like fake policy. They're playing like 3 layers of 5D chess. It's the scale of it's the issue. Yeah, okay, so how do you change the scale? So please tell me, how do you stop it happening so much? This is what you're alleging, okay? You're saying they're deliberately doing this. They're deliberately fucking themselves over. So surely, if they're doing it deliberately, it must be because it's actually really simple to fix and you know how to fix it. Or are you saying you don't know how to fix it, but you just assume that they're not fixing it deliberately? It just doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? It's an impossible issue. You can't go, it doesn't matter, no matter how much detail you could go into. I'm telling you, okay? I'll save you the time. No matter how many characters you had, you would be totally unable to present me a policy that would stop mass immigration short of shooting people who try to come over and doing ICE-style mass deportations that would cost billions, if not trillions of pounds and cripple our economy. That short of that, you will have no solution. It doesn't matter how many characters you type. Countries all over Europe are trying to control immigration and struggling. And have been for 20, 30 years. Have there been changes in government mindsets? Do some governments have more forgiving mindsets towards immigration, especially illegal immigration? People took different paths to citizenship? Yes. However, that is not, it's a you know, that is not why this started. That is not why people started coming over. That is a reaction to people coming over. People come to Europe because their countries are shit. As long as their countries are shit, as long as their countries are getting bombed by Israel, as long as their schools are getting blown up by America, they're gonna leave and go somewhere else. As long as their countries are falling to civil war, they're gonna risk traipsing across Europe and going across the British Channel. But dude, Turbo, this is like this is a total misnomer. There is actually no legal obligation for refugees to stop in the first safe country. There actually isn't a legal obligation for that. It's like a total misnomer. You still have to process the claim under international human rights law. Unless you want to just start throwing away human rights. Thank you for the $4. Thank you.
So,
You're not worried about all that money, £5 million loan donation?
no.
Doesn't bother you?
No.
Yeah, but why do you think he got given that money?
Well, because he's a nice man.
Do you think the Thai-based billionaire just went, oh, he's a nice guy, I'll give you some money?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nigel. Like, they're all just as bad as each other, let's be fair. But he sells a good game. I mean, kind of liked him on The Jungle anyway. I thought he'd done well on that.
Is that where you got to know him better?
Yeah. Good to see more of his personality.
God, who do you
Dude,
think
they
I'm gonna
literally vote for him based on I'm a celeb. Fuck me, man.
I'm not for me to put words in your mouth.
Nigel Farage.
Why Nigel Farage?
Because we like him.
Are you worried about the donation from crypto billionaire, from Fraudster, $5 million?
No. That money was given to him. They say that. They say that about a lot of the politicians.
Every politician has got somebody backing him, giving him money so he can make more money. That is it, isn't it?
But they're all making money on the side. There's not one of them can turn around and say they're dead straight anyway.
Best of luck to him.
Really?
I wish I had a $5 million donation. Yeah.
But do you not think it's dangerous when politicians get donations from billionaires who live in Thailand?
Look at the whole political system. Historically, that's what they do. So
Should that be? I mean, that not on that level. I can't think of any politician who got a £5 million gift from a foreign-based billionaire.
oh, maybe not for a foreign-based billionaire, but
Like an individual gift, not to the party. It's gone to him, to his bank account.
well, if the foreign billionaire has got the money and he wants to do that, then that's his obligation, and that's up to him to do it. Yeah. So
Yeah, no, it's just for us as voters. Do we not worry that politicians get bought by rich people? Because why would a rich person just give someone that money?
look at it historically. I was a soldier for 22 years. I worked for the NHS. I know how corrupt everything is. So it's part and parcel of politics.
But do you think we should, if we shrug our shoulders, where does that lead? Because that just means it could just be endless corruption.
It's not going to make any difference, to be honest.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't worry about. Do you think Nigel Farage? Some people think it's quite extreme.
That's reassuring.
Things he
It's
says,
not making a
quite extreme
difference.
about
We're all good then.
Migrants, talking now about.
I've been to the Middle East, I've been to all these different countries, I've been to Eastern Europe, and I've seen the people in their own environment, and they come across here and they bring their environment with them. Now, I'm not right-wing, I'm not political, I've just seen it in action.
They come over
Sure.
this country
Of course,
illegally,
mate.
break in, so they're illegal, right? Yeah, 100%. Don't you agree? No. If you're a criminal, you don't get nothing. Simple.
Well, it's just these are people often fleeing terrible violence.
Oh, no, they ain't. No. Look on the telly the other day. A bloke raped a young girl, yeah? They took him to court. They said, you can't, I've turned gay. So they left in this country.
Did that happen?
Yeah, it did. Yes, it
I
did.
mean, obviously, British people commit rapes, don't they? That's not specific to migrants or refugees.
No, all I'm saying, but after this, since they've been coming in, most rapes are done by people that come in.
That's not true, though, is it? The
That's just
statistics
that's literally just not true. Oh my god, these people are so fucking stupid, man.
No, that's not true at all. Not even slightly true.
Well, so why, if that's the case then, so why are all these people being shown to be the rapists? If the British are doing it, why aren't we shown?
Because these are the ones you keep singing.
It's actually like a parody, man. It's so crazy.
Social media. But it's because you're not seeing angry posts about white people committing rapes.
No, but I know white people commit rape. But what I'm saying is, it's not right. Don't get me wrong, it's not right with whatever colour you are.
James O'Brien stole my fucking segment. James O'Brien destroys Nigel Farage with 10 unanswerable examples of violent language hypocrisy. That's what I did.
Then why should these people come to this country for nothing? Break in. All I'm saying is, the people in this country are getting fed up with it. They really are.
I sit in my back garden. I've got foreigners both sides of me. Never a bit of English and foreign music. It'd be nice just to be able to talk to people, but you can't.
85% of Muslim women can't even speak English, and that's a fact. So how do they work?
That's not a fact.
This is a fact.
Where'd you get that fact from?
I get that. I know it's a fact.
But where'd you get the fact? Where'd you get the fact from?
85% of Muslim women do not speak English.
That's not true.
Of course it is.
How do you know what? How do you know that?
Do you know what you can't do? You can't stand there and say it's not true.
Well,
because where's your proof? You're asking for my proof. Where's your
but
proof?
the onus is on you because you made the claim.
No, the onus isn't on me.
Okay, if I said there's a ghost over there.
No, do you know something? You can try and make light of it.
I know.
I grew up in this country.
Okay, so did I.
And this country has turned to shit.
Okay.
Yes, you're bringing in people, sub-Saharan Africans, flooding the whole of this country with them. Yeah, sub-Saharan Africans.
Flooding the whole of the country with them.
In sub-Saharan Africa, the average IQ, yeah, here that's Canada.
Or? Let's fucking go. We're going with the bell curve.
Grew up in this country.
Okay, so did I.
And this country has turned to shit.
Okay.
Yes, you're bringing in people, sub-Saharan Africans, flooding the whole of this country with them. Yeah, sub-Saharan Africans, the average IQ is 60 in sub-Saharan Africa. The average IQ, yeah, here that's counted as not normal. Yes, so where are they working? Where are all these?
I think you mean that's counted as retarded. I think that's what you meant to say, but
doctors and nurses that are coming over on the little boats? They're not here.
This guy's a Fuentes viewer. This guy's a Fuentes. Like, he's got the hands down and everything.
The average IQ is 60 in sub-Saharan Africa. The average IQ, yeah, here that's counted as not normal. Yes, so where are they working? Where are all these doctors and nurses that are coming over on the little boats? They're not here.
I don't accept the IQ.
I'd be mad if I had a busted wife like this too, man. Can you blame him?
The Muslim women, you said 85%, but where have you got that statistic from?
I get that statistic from news. Yeah.
What news?
Go and look it up. You're obviously relatively left-wing in your views. I understand that. You can have what you have. You have what I have. Yeah. When your daughters are being raped, don't come crying to us people.
Owen Jones ain't gonna have a daughter. He's gay. So try again.
So we had this conversation with store supporters, and one of them made a, frankly, absolutely wild claim that 85% of Muslim women in Britain cannot speak English, the exact opposite of reality. The latest comprehensive census data finds that amongst Muslim women in England and Wales, 65.6% have English as their main language, and a further 22.1% speak English well or very well, and 10% can't speak English well. 87.7% overall speak English proficiently. Amongst UK-born Muslim women, 98.8% have English as their main language or speak it well. Just complete nonsense. And it's scary because these are lies which spread online. They radicalise people, and there is absolutely nothing you can say to shake their belief in lies which promote hatred. So this is Jaywick, and about a century ago, this became a cheap getaway for Londoners. But the holiday chalets here became permanent homes eventually. But this became a place which suffered, I guess, neglect, often abandoned by those in power. and it got ranked several times as England's poorest neighbourhood. This is the sort of place that Nigel Farage has managed to, I guess, accumulate people's anger and resentment. It's striking, though, this place has a real kind of strong sense of togetherness, neighbourliness. People feel these bonds with each other, and they feel a lot of pride, and a lot of people don't want to talk to us because they feel that people judge them. They feel people look down on them. So it'd be interesting to see, for those who do want to speak to us, about the election that's coming up.
I do a postal vote and I got it, and I think there's 30 plus names on it, and that's from all over the place. Do you want a man that's taken 5 million off a Bitcoin dealer in wherever?
Bitcoin
and
dealer.
I think the other donation was an American fraudster.
Boomer.
Yeah,
W Boomer. Bitcoin dealer. That's awesome.
Prime Minister? Probably not. But what choice do we have?
I just don't think any of them can change things, really. To be honest, country's in such a state now. I don't think anyone that gets into power is going to change anything.
My main motto in life, as long as I'm okay.
Why don't you just give up and... Ben. You old bent. I'm sick of them, man. I'm sick of old people.
My kids are okay, my grandkids are okay. That's all what matters. It's because it doesn't matter who gets in, they just do what they want to do, and we're just a little person, you know? And don't matter who you vote for, that's not going to make no difference, really. Look what's happening now. This country's in a right mess.
That's the coolest bloke on the estate.
There's always hope.
What do you think of Farage?
Do you want me to be polite or not?
Don't pull your punches.
What was that flag? Dude. He's got a fucking Che Guevara flag. Oh my god.
What do you think of Farage?
Do you want me to be polite or not?
Don't pull your punches.
No, he's absolutely useless as an MP. Never here. I can't think of one thing he's done for the area at all. I think he's a proto-fascist, and his politics, I just can't stand. Division, hate. It's not what the country needs at all.
Why do you think he appeals to so many people here?
I think people want change. People are angry. That is what people are lashing out at, and they see him with his loud voice, his voices of hate. Oh, get behind him, get behind him. He's not for Britain. He's a millionaire.
And what do you think about this donation, this $5 million donation he got from this Thai-based crypto billionaire?
I mean, he supported so all Labour and the Tories, they all get it. 5 million, you know, nothing like that. He's been bought, and he's willingly been bought as well. You know, it's a donation, it's a pay packet, to be honest with you, for what he's going to deliver if he ever gets in number 10. God help us in.
I've never actually voted before. It's just one of those things that no matter what you do, it's a lose-lose.
I'm working 40, 50 hours a week. You're working around about the same, and we're still struggling to pay rent, food, electric, everything else.
You're working really hard and things don't cover it.
We don't really get days off. We're always working. We don't even get time to spend with each other.
So you just think that's the problem, like the cost of living, things get, you know, more and more expensive. You struggle to be able to cover the basics.
Yeah. Really, yes. As long as, say, the cost of living prices get sorted out, more people will actually be able to live and everything. So...
No.
I don't really do politics much. So.
That is politics. That's the most important political question anyone could probably come up with at the moment in this country.
It's been asked for so many years, but nothing ever gets sorted out. So everyone else has just kind of give up with it, stop asking the question.
The
politicians basically serve the rich, the wealthy and their self-interest. Really, when you look at history, I don't know too much, but it always seems the working class are the ones that get poorer and they're the ones that fight the wars. It always seems to be the 2% with 98% of the world's wealth that control everything, the media and people, tell us what to think, what to buy. So round here, 9 out of 10 with no brains, they're all talking about Farage, because he's coming in on a white charger to rescue them from the refugees, which is a load of bollocks. You know and I know, if you've got any intellect, that it's not about that. That is a problem. But why are we got refugees? Why are people stabbing each other? Why are our young on drugs? Boils down to the same problem. 2% with 98% of the world's wealth and power who rob the 98% of hard-working, honest people of a fair crack of the whip. I don't believe Nigel Farage is for the working man. I know he did something against the workers. I know he got a 5 million gift.
I love this kind of
I know
commie
he's got 5
boomer,
houses.
man.
They all roll their sleeves up, Cameron.
Reminder to chat, you can bribe Kuihman the same way you can bribe Farage.
Very true. Thank you for the £20. Thank you, Weed. Huge appreciated. Thank you.
Boris Johnson all act like cockneys, and they're not of the people. They're a different class. They're the ruling class, and it's the same class all the time. But anything that divides people, for me, is wrong. You know, whether it's religion or politicians, who tries to bring people against one another, you know, for any reason, through colour or creed. Because for me, whether that's my Asperger's, I've always known from a young age that we're all the same. We all bleed red blood. We all piss, we all shit, we all born, we all die, we all breathe the same air. And whether we like it or not, we're on this sphere spinning in space together, but we're not acting in unity. Everything is dividing one another all of the time, just feeding on its own discontent. And we're in a, look at the mess we're in. Until you've got leaders who stand up for love and truth and compassion, one humanity, one world, one love. Sounds corny, sounds cliche, but that really, underneath everything else, is what we should hold on to. That's what we've got, isn't it?
Dude, that guy was
Unless
just
there was a massive
talking this
stash
shit.
of shy, Count Binface voters, he ain't going to win. The question isn't whether or not Nigel Farage wins again. He will. It's about the turnout, given that the major parties are boycotting this election. What really struck me is the huge amount of cynicism and pessimism which he's feeding off. He called this by-election to deflect attention from the fact he received this £5 million donation from a Thai-based crypto billionaire, plus again, donations in kind from a convicted fraudster, and tried to make it out like the establishment out to get me. Well, look, I mean, who's more establishment than Nigel Farage? But his supporters are so cynical about politics, they don't care. I mean, they're like, well, all politicians are doing it, and despite the big problem of rich people involved in our politics, that isn't true at all. But that doesn't get through to people, nor does the fact that he represents the interests of the rich, nor many of the people who are struggling here and living in genuine hardship. That sense of cynicism and pessimism absolutely saturates this country. And it's saturated this country really since the 2008 financial crash, when social progress ended in this country. We no longer had rising levels of prosperity, security, public services improving, living standards improving, all the rest of it. And he is one response to that, or one symptom of that. But that isn't an answer to this country's problems. Now, he's in a big mess at the moment. The polling's gone down. They've lost by-elections. But whatever happens, that cynicism and pessimism will remain unless there is a hopeful response to it. And this country faces ever-mounting problems unless Andy Burnham and Labour can actually deal with it. And there's a big, big question mark over that, to say the least. And we'll be exploring that. Please like and subscribe. Leave your thoughts, leave your comments. Help us create these videos at patreon.com/OMJ84. We depend on you. We're not bankrolled by Thai-based billionaires, I'm afraid to say, or I'm glad to say. Patreon.com/OMJ84. We've got loads of videos to come. Do share the video.
Dude, great option. We have got some great options here, really, for shit to watch. What has No, we still don't have the Rest is Politics Binface episode. Okay. James O'Brien or Gary Eats, London's worst steakhouse, refunded the whole bill.
Today, I'm in London. Yes. I've come to just outside Liverpool Street Station, London Steakhouse.
How bad could it have been,
strange,
Gary?
But 18 months ago, I went to Angus Steakhouse. That was truly shocking. However,
I've
this
never
restaurant-
been to an Angus Steakhouse. They're the most obvious tourist traps in the fucking world, dude. It is like literally step out of Leicester Square Station. Literally, if you can see a restaurant, it's not worth going to. I feel like that's like a golden rule. That is like a golden rule. It's just like facts. And there's like 3 of them within, I don't even know how far Leicester Square. But there is like 3 of them.
That was truly shocking. However,
Bronx, did you see Parry? No. Nobody saw Parry do anything Parry's doing. Nobody's watching Parry.
this restaurant here has got a lower rating than Angus Steakhouse. I find that absolutely incredible. On TripAdvisor, it's only there at 2.8. Now, this is a fine dining restaurant. How could it have a rating of 2.8? As always, let's give it a go. Got to enjoy steak, haven't you? 2.8 though, it's a bit worrying. Before we go inside, I'm just going to quickly look and tell you about the menu. Interestingly enough, this restaurant was first opened in September 2003 as Lane's Restaurant and Bar, but by 2008, and with the help of renowned chef Marco Pierre White, it evolved into the London Steakhouse Company you see today. Didn't know that? Okay, but I'm taking a look at the menu. First impressions is a little bit strange. I mean, look at that for a menu. It's kind of like set out for tourists.
Yep.
I hope it's not a tourist trap. What I am going to have here, though, is the seasonal asparagus. At the moment, asparagus is starting to rain as well. Asparagus is in season. By the time this video goes out, it would just be out of season. Asparagus season is only about 8 weeks long, although you can get it all year round. So I'm going to certainly go for that. I'm going to try a steak. Interestingly enough, with the steaks, you've then got to actually have your add-ons. So all your sides are actually add-on as well. So this is going to get a little bit trumpy. It is, yeah. Then down here, all prices include VAT. That's normal. Discretionary 9.5% service charge be added to your bill. Actually, got to tell you, that's a little bit lower than normal. Normally it's 12.5%, so yeah. And then you have the cover charge, £1.50 per person. Well, what am I going to do? Stand outside and eat? I mean, I've got to sit at the table, haven't I? £1.50. Well, richness of
Right, let's see it. What upsets him so much about this
nice
food?
vintage. Just take a look. It's a little bit underwhelming.
Mate.
Yeah. I chose asparagus.
4 pieces of asparagus with a little bit of sauce on it. What?
Because it's in season. What I was expecting was nice, big, thick asparagus spears. I've got 4 little ones here, very, very thin. Got the hollandaise sauce and some dill.
It literally just looks like supermarket asparagus.
Yeah. Let's start with the spear on its own.
£12.50.
Asparagus is one of my favourite vegetables. The tip is where all the, to me, is where all the flavour is. The thing that's quite weird is cold. I don't know if it's meant to be served cold, but it is actually cold.
Dude.
I'm not going to pick them on that, quite literally, because a lot of times asparagus is actually served up cold, but that has actually caught me out. It is fresh. There's no ifs, buts, maybes. It's cooked incredibly well. It's got that little bit of a bite. Yeah. Let's try it with the hollandaise. We have a degree of acidity coming in either from lemon.
Okay. The problem is that the elite in this country refuse to pay people a decent living wage. They don't want to. It eats their margins. So what they do instead of paying up, they open the country. Okay. No. The world is we operate in a global market. Okay. You need, this is literally like, it's like I'm trying to do this. Usually if someone is saying some stuff like this, I'm just going to spug out and shout at them. I'm trying not to do that at the moment. And also, you're not being dishonest, so I'm going to try and really lay out a full argument here. We operate in a global market, okay? So, let's say you say that these companies have to, like, the biggest revenue generating companies have to pay like absolutely exorbitant tax. They have to pay insanely high minimum wages. They're not going to want to be in your country. If you don't have these revenue generating companies in your country, you don't get taxes. You get way less taxes. Not just from the company, but from their workers. Not just from the bottom level workers, but from the mid-level workers, the corporate workers, the managers. So immediately, there's an issue there. But that's not where the issues stop with your messages here. They know people will come and work longer hours for less money. So, yes, but we do actually kind of need that. In the UK, as much as we have a bunch of young people not in education, employment, or training, those young people aren't really wanting to do the jobs that we need workers in. And to the extent that they are, they typically only want to do them for a short period of time and don't want to treat it as a career. Additionally, we don't actually have that many young people. We have far more old people than we do young people. And it's getting worse because we have a declining birth rate and an aging population. Which means that you constantly need more young people who are working, who aren't past retirement age, who aren't taking out more money than they're putting in terms of taxes because they're using the NHS all the time, because they're in care or whatever. So you need a fresh supply of young people. Now, no country has been able to make people just start having kids. So the only real solution to that is immigration. Because you need the tax base to draw revenue from in order to pay for the services that the old people use. And pay for their triple locked pension. And this idea that the native worker and the immigrant worker end up at each other's throats because they're both fighting over the same scraps, or people who set it up, sit above and collect. My understanding is that broadly, aside from in some limited local situations where a job market suddenly changes, immigrants have a positive effect on the opportunities for the native population. Because as more immigrants arrive, you need more infrastructure, you need more shops, you need more, everything, because your population's increasing. And the people who typically get the higher up positions are the natives. The natives end up being the manager. And there's a bunch of immigrants there working. Well, Japan has not managed to make people have kids. Japan's failed at that. Japan's not struggling because they're trying to make people have kids. The failure comes before that. That's why they're trying to make people have kids.
Or white wine vinegar. what I'm getting is a lot of egg there. I'm not getting the acidity that I really want, which will cut through the richness of the egg. Again, as a sauce goes, it's okay. But what I've got here is, it's underwhelming. There's no other word for it. It is underwhelming. It's a brilliant starter to have because it's very, very light. The only problem is it'll be all over in 3 minutes. Yeah. And the guy's saying in Top Gun, how long is it going to be? It's going to be 15 minutes. 15 minutes, this is going to be over in 3 minutes. That's kind of what it is. You expect it to last a little bit longer. Maybe not a fair comparison, but I went to Kai, super high-end, was a Michelin-style restaurant. I paid a lot of money for the asparagus there, but I didn't have a problem. Nice thick pieces of asparagus, absolutely fantastic. Here, I can't really compare. £12.50, a bit underwhelmed.
Well, Sonic, we make decisions on countries' unity over profit. Not every decision the UK makes is based on profit, but the reality is that you do need to be making money. It's just the case. You can't have... You can't just let the country rot and die because all we have is fucking old people, you know? Ultimately, you have to make a decision based on survival, you know? And everything is tied up in this. If you're not making money, you can't defend yourself. You literally can't pay for defense. You lose sovereignty. Fundamentally, countries have to be generating revenue. It's the only way you survive.
Nearly finished. Here we go. There we have the steak. Now, my first impression is that has not been rested properly at all. Can't stand the presentation on it. And I'm being actually really serious here.
Are you a liberal or a socialist? I guess it kind of depends how you define socialist. I'm a liberal, really, but it depends. If you're saying if a socialist is someone that aspirationally thinks it would be good to aim towards decommodification of basic human needs, then I'm a socialist. But I don't. I think most leftists say socialist to mean worker ownership of the means of production. I don't necessarily believe in that. So,
the pot of peppercorn sauce on the side.
I'm probably a social democrat.
All the juice running out here from the steak. Got an issue. I'm going to lift this up. Put it over there. Look at it. Now, I'm not actually going to... Normally, I'd actually pass it back, but I'm actually going to transfer it onto another plate. So you've got tiger prawns on top. Just move them over.
What do you get? Surf and turf?
I'll suck the heads out of the shell, the meat out of the heads in a minute. But look at this. Oh, come on, guys. It's kind of like on a medium rare steak. It's a 3 minute rule. And another 3 minutes because sear on one side for 3 minutes, sear on the other side for 3 minutes, slowly cook for a further 1.5 minutes on each side, and then rest for 3 minutes. You can't say that's being rested. Arrested, maybe. Should be arrested. I'm going to move that out of the way because you don't want to be looking at that as much as I don't want to be looking at it either. There's my cream potato. That's £8.50.
Right.
Onion rings, £8.50. The peppercorn sauce comes with. But after you got the tiger prawns on top, so 3 tiger prawns in garlic butter is £9. This is overpriced. I can tell you this straight away. This needs to taste absolutely incredible for me to be kind of satisfied. So you've got griddle marks on that side, you've got griddle marks on that side. Let's cut in and see what it looks like.
You're saying the government should be helping people into positions. Yeah, the thing is that 18 to 25-year-olds don't want to be wiping old people's arses. And those are the positions that need filling. So like Labour are trying to do this jobs guarantee. It's not just because the pay is shit. It's not. It's not just because the pay is shit. It's because we've got a bunch of upper working class, lower middle class, think they deserve better, coast off of parents and universal credit. Yeah, that's just the fucking reality.
You take a look first, as always. Yep, that's medium. So I'm happy with the cooking, no doubts about that. And that's a little bit weird because it's incredibly juicy. So loads of juice there. But it hasn't been seasoned. So there's no seasoning on that steak to start with, which I think should always be in place. The other side of it is, because there is no seasoning, the actual ribeye is quite...
But what do you think the pay is shit? What more are you expecting? Minimum wage is what, £12? Over £12? We have the $15 an hour minimum wage that Americans are clamoring for. We have that. It's not going to be a high-paid job. It's just never going to be a high-paid job. Because we need a lot of them. We need a lot of them to work long hours. And it's a system that doesn't generate a whole lot of money. So it's either, you know, treat old people like one reform councillor by the name of Glenn Gibbons said we should treat Nigerians. Or we get immigrants.
Bland. It's my favourite steak as well. No issue on the cooking, as I say. It's a little bit on the tough side as well. That is not a quality piece of meat. Not for the money. £38?
Basically, it comes down to this. If you have an aging population, there's a few levers you can pull, right? You can either massively raise taxes to pay for the old people. You can let in a bunch of immigrants, or you can strip entitlements from old people. Those are your three levers for dealing with an aging population, basically. Because as the population ages, the burden on the state gets worse and worse and worse. And that's just how it is. So you're gonna have to do one of those three things, if not multiple.
£38. So it definitely needs some help. That's that there.
Weird. I've actually noticed younger, whiter bus drivers recently. I'm not gonna lie. I've even seen some sort of Chinese appearing bus drivers recently.
Yeah. Come to peppercorn sauce in a second. So this is your portion of creamed potatoes. Yep, they are creamed potatoes. You can see that, very buttery. Let's put it all on. You can see the portion size for yourself. I have already mentioned it, but that's not exactly a huge portion, is it? Lots of butter. Yet again, no seasoning at all.
Dude.
Some pepper on that. Portion-wise, £8.50 is just nonsense for that. I'm really sorry. That's better.
It's not about just going for the easiest, cheapest option. It's about what can you get a democratic mandate for. Here's the other problem with an aging population, right? So you got three options with an aging population. Raise taxes, import immigrants, or cut old people's entitlements. Now, in an aging population, more of your population is old. Old people are more likely to vote, which basically means that at elections, you are held hostage by a bunch of old people. You were just constantly held hostage by a bunch of dipshit boomers. And if a politician says, I'm standing for election, vote for me, I'm going to raise taxes, I'm going to put an inheritance tax in, I'm going to raise an inheritance tax, I'm going to raise capital gains tax, I'm going to cut pensions, I'm going to cut the triple lock, I'm going to cut the winter fuel payment. Nobody's going to vote for him. None of these old people are ever going to vote for that. Ever. I'm going to do a land value tax. They'll never vote for it. So what's your best hope? Well, it's just immigration. It's just immigration. You say you'll try and do something about immigration, but you say, like, oh, we'll help with integration. We'll try and help with integration. You're going to do an English test. You're going to do an English test. You know? So it's a total fucking catch-22. It's like totally raped.
Gary, the chef, has struck again. Yeah, I have struck again. That's 10 times better. Let's try some peppercorn. Let's try a prawn. They're frozen. The reason I tell you, they're mush. Pointless waste of £9. Absolute pointless. Peppercorn sauce. What the hell am I doing here? That's what the song has just said. What the hell am I doing here? Because I'm special.
Are they playing like a smooth jazz creep? Is that what? Is it even know the song?
Fine.
Fucking Gary, man.
It's nice. Peppery sauce. It's creamy.
All right, let's see him ask for a refund.
This money.
Does he not show us him asking for a refund? Oh, wait, no, he does here.
Very safe. You know, finding, if you like, what they're saying is high-end, high-quality steak. But they're not taking that little risk and seasoning it and putting it all together. It's not good. It's not worth the money at all. Portion-wise, it's just ridiculous. Hi there. I've got to say, not the best piece of steak I've ever had. Okay, and I've also got to say, it's definitely not being rested. No, yeah. I just want to raise it to your attention, or what have you. I just thought it's just as well you brought me new plates. Sorry, extra plates, but that certainly hasn't been rested right.
Mind if I ask the chef to cook a new steak?
No, that's absolutely fine. What I've got is perfect. I don't want to waste any food and what have you. So it's just to let you know, but certainly that needs more resting, as you can see. Absolutely no problem.
Let me show the chef.
Yeah, no problem at all. But
sorry about
no, that's okay. That's great. No, appreciate you coming over. Thank you very much. Okay, he came over earlier on, and I was concentrating on exactly what I was doing there. But it's only right to let them know, because you can see that wasn't properly arrested. In fairness to him, customer service-wise, that was good, because he said, look, let me get you another piece of steak. I don't want to waste what I've got here. But it'd be interesting if he actually looks to take it off the bill. Well, this is a rarity, to say the very least. You saw me discuss it here with the manager. He couldn't have been nicer, and I've got to say that. Brought it out to the kitchen. The chef apologised. He offered to redo it again. But this is a rarity. You're going to have to come outside, because I'm really surprised, say the least.
Chuffed to get a full refund. Look at him, man.
That was a very strange experience. I'm going to go on to the food. The asparagus, disappointing, quite bland. The emulsion that was there on top with the hollandaise sauce, that was okay, but it didn't have the lemon, the little bit of acidity that was required. But the asparagus was so thin, it was untrue. Then on to the main meal. So take a look at the steak, not rested. That was very, 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 very poor by the chef in there. Just leave it on the side. Let it rest.
Yeah, I don't think if anyone was watching. But the other week, this guy posted a video just like seething because apparently he was getting like harassed in the street or something. And he was saying that people were making fun of him for going to Waitrose, saying that he was pretending to be working class on videos and like, well, he's shopping at Waitrose. I don't remember
then
what
when
it
it
was
comes
man.
out,
It's fucking
fine. I was
stupid.
lucky because they gave us a couple of extra plates, so I was able to transfer everything onto the plate. The steak itself needed seasoning, and this is really important. You've got to season the steak before you actually put it on the plate.
I think he's done,
That is
GDK.
a must, in my opinion. Some of you say, no, what if I don't like salt? Well, I don't like this. You shouldn't have steak, in my opinion. That's plain and simple. The tiger prawns on top, they were just mush. They were frozen, not worth ordering. Tiny portion of the creamed potato. Again, needed seasoning. Chef Gary sorted that out, no problem at all. The onion rings, way too doughy. The peppercorn sauce, that was very good. Very good. Not the best, but in comparison to everything else, okay. Now here's the strange one. So I called him back over. I showed him what I had. He brought it back into the kitchen. He showed it to the chef. The chef apologized to him to send it, to say sorry to me. I explained about the steak not being the best cut of steak. He offered to redo.
Dude, the chef did not tell him to apologize to you. That is not what... I'm sorry, they went in there and he took the food in there. They were like, oh yeah, we got this fucking prick bitch in. Out there. He's got a camera. Oh fuck it, give him a refund. Then fuck off. Yeah, it's just not how conversations in any kitchen are happening. I'm sorry, it just isn't. Anyone that's worked any service job can tell you that immediately. Oh, tell him I said sorry. Oh, tell him I said sorry. Yeah, okay.
Do it straight away. I'll redo it for you, no problem at all. I didn't want to waste the food, so I said no. So that was excellent customer service. They came back, he gave all the feedback. So from my point of view, hands up. That was brilliant customer service. And then I asked for the bill. And he said, no, sir. He goes, I cannot charge you. He said, you clearly didn't enjoy the meal. No charge at all. So I can't show you the bill because there is no bill. That's the first time that's ever happened on the channel. But again, feedback is important. It's really important that you give the feedback. And from my point of view, I actually missed it on camera when he first came down because I was concentrating on actually talking to you guys. But I was like, no, actually, I need to tell him because I'm telling you, so I need to tell him. It's only right that I actually do that. What mark's going to give it? And this is a real tough one. You know, quality-wise, it's not any better than Angus Steakhouse. So I'd give it 2, 3, 2.5, 3, something along those lines. But here's the issue. What do I do here now? Because I actually paid $0 for that meal. I actually didn't pay anything. So,
what is this Asmongold shit that's happening? What is this?
For many people, to be fair, I did Warhammer
Oh,
when I
he's
was
just doing like Warhammer shit. Okay. I do occasionally get the urge to just like buy a Warhammer kit again, but it is like total F/ shit. Okay. Let's see if there's one more politics video. Actually, nothing's jumping out. That's kind of annoying. There's all this shit about Spain right now. Spain and Morocco. I don't know if I care, though. I saw Chud spurging about it for like 3 hours earlier. Maybe longer, honestly. Oh, I did get a bit further in Dark Souls 2 off stream last night. I killed the Scorpion Lady, and I killed what else did I kill? I killed what is it? There's like the priestess people with the congregation. I don't remember what it's called. And I killed the guy in the pirate ship. What's this? Just saw a kid say...
Wagwan, I like him.
What?
Okay, me for the noodles.
3.
Wagwan, I like him.
What?
Okay, me for the noodles.
3, 2, 1, go. Come at the boys.
That's spicy as I'm already having water.
Bloody hell, bro.
I might be done already, you know.
Actually?
Yeah.
Crazy code switch.
But I'm done. Oh my god.
You had one bite, bro.
I had a big bite. I don't care.
Finish. Done.
Obvious done. But Allah, that's spicy. Allah. Hey, do you want some water? No. How much is the Kool-Aid? You have it then. You try it. How much is the Kool-Aid then?
What do you think of it, though?
It's not even that, like, it tastes bad, it's just spicy. It tastes nicer. I would recommend it if you're good with spice, but, like, don't go into it thinking it's easy. It's hard. Don't try it.
The white gene is printed from Joyce Spider. Okay.
Wagwan, I like him.
Wagwan, I like him. Is there really nothing else? I'm not saying shit. What's this?
A second question, if I... A second...
Oh, wait, there's 10 minutes of this? There's 10 minutes of Robert Jenrick just flailing? Okay. Alright, we'll watch this and then we'll move on to drama.
Reform has been facing many weeks of questions about its donations and the source
Is that Owen Jones again? Am I crazy?
of those donations. And The Guardian this morning is reporting that George Cottrell gave his mother more than $2 million shortly before she then donated to Reform. Is there any form of internal investigation going on in Reform? And are you 100% confident that the money has come from permissible donors under UK elections law?
Izu's trans.
Denise are coming out as trans. I think she's very brave.
I don't know if you can be trans and a zoophile.
The donations you're referring to were some time ago. This has been going on for a long time, but we are entirely confident that Reform followed all electoral rules at the time when the donations were made. Of course, we'll participate with any inquiries. To the best of my knowledge, we haven't even been contacted by the police. So I don't think we have anything more to add to that. I presume you don't have a question about the actual substance of the press conference today? No? Okay. Well, it would have been better to ask that one first, but if you want to actually ask about the issues that the public care about, then by all means.
Well, I was going to ask, if I'm allowed to ask a separate one, then you've talked about the tax that didn't have any thresholds, but would you support or would you consider supporting a tax that an extra levy to fund social care, perhaps if there was some form of threshold?
No. Look, if I was the Chancellor faced with this challenge, I would not tax hard-working people a single penny when we had not yet stopped paying foreign aid to rich countries, stopped the net zero madness that's costing us tens of billions of pounds, stopped paying benefits to people who are not even British citizens, stop the small boats crisis, which is costing us £1 billion in hotels and bedsits the length and breadth of the country, cut out the waste, use that money to support British people with their challenges, including social care. Get that job done before you start reaching into the pockets and the life savings of the best people in this country who've worked hard their whole lives, built up a small nest egg, and just want to be able to hand that on to their children and their grandchildren. That's my message to Andy Burnham today.
And a second question, if I may, on George Cottrell. You said some time ago as though that doesn't matter. You say that you're sure that
this should be suffering for him. I love seeing Generic suffer.
What explanation is there for George Cottrell transferring $2 million to his mother shortly before she made very substantial donations to Reform?
Well, firstly, on the donation, as I said earlier, Reform is certain that all the electoral rules were followed. If you've got a question for Mr. Cottrell, then I think you have to direct that to him. With respect to the tax proposal...
But he really doesn't answer questions, so I'm directing
well,
it to you.
Well, let me come to your second question. With respect to that, there's a simple choice for Andy Burnham. He has proposed the death tax in the past. In fact, he's been proposing this for nigh on 20 years. If he no longer supports it, rule it out. He's ruled out other tax increases in recent days. He was conspicuously absent in ruling this out at his press conference this week. We're calling on him today, rule out the death tax, end the uncertainty, enable families to move forward with their lives without the worry and the angst that will follow. And the difference between this and the present situation is very clear. This is universal. Absolutely everyone in this country, from the poorest person to the richest in the land, will have to pay that. I think that's unfair, it's cruel, and Reform are going to campaign against it. I've got Bethany Dawson now from LBC.
Are you not going to answer on George Cottrell?
I did answer it. I said that we followed all of the rules. Bethany.
And second of all, Nigel Farage has resigned, triggering a by-election over the standards process into him. One of your colleagues in Parliament has called that a kangaroo court. Is that language that you would use too?
Well, I think I did use it. You may actually be referring to me, James, there. Look, I'm not here to cast aspersions.
He's such a freak, man.
On the standards commissioner or the officials that work with him. The point that I made in the past is that all the other political party leaders have already prejudged the issue. Kemi Badenoch has said that she will stand a candidate in the next by-election. Well, what is the next by-election? The by-election after Nigel Farage has been found guilty? That's the point here. You know, it is not for Kemi Badenoch, Andy Burnham, Ed Davey, Zach Polanski, or any other politician to play judge, jury, and executioner of Nigel Farage. At the end of the day, we live in a democracy. It's for the people to determine. If the people of Clacton get behind Nigel with knowledge of all of the facts and say, we want this man to be our Member of Parliament, then let that be the determiner.
So knowledge of all the facts would be when the standards investigation's over.
Who represents the people of Clacton in the House of Commons. That's the point of this by-election. It is the people versus the establishment. And look, having been to Clacton a number of times, I have every confidence that the people of Clacton are going to support Nigel every step of the way. With respect to the landed aristocracy, look, the way I see reform is this. The Labour Party is for Benefit Street.
So
the Tory Party is for Belgravia. Reform exists for the 80% in the middle. The hard-working, decent people of this country, the workers, and the people who work their whole lives and are now retired and just simply want dignity and security in the last decade of their lives. So our policies will be for them. Our policies will not be for Benefit Street, nor will they be for the richest in the land. That's why everything that I have done so far as Reform Shadow Chancellor has been focused on those people. Cut taxes for working people, like no tax on overtime, like saying that we'll scrap Rachel Reeves's job-destroying increase in employers' national insurance for British workers, like saying we'll stick with the triple lock to support pensioners. That gives you a sense of what a reform government would do. Always for the 80% in the middle, never for Benefit Street, and not for Belgravia either. I've got Teddy Stoddart now from Bloomberg. Teddy.
Good morning, Robert. Thank you. You name-checked Palantir specifically when you spoke today as a valid provider of sort of single patient records. But clinicians have told us that there's other homegrown alternatives such as Cypher, and I was wondering whether Reform has a preference for homegrown tech. And a follow-up question, not a follow-up question, a second question, on whether Reform considers itself confident that it knows the source of George Cottrell's wealth.
Well, on your second question, I don't think there's anything more to add. I've already said that we've followed all the electoral rules, and we're very confident of that. On your first point, look, I said a few weeks ago that
so
a reform government is always going to put British people first. It's always going to put British businesses first. And so one of the changes that I would make as Chancellor is to rewrite our procurement rules so that we scrap all of the nonsense that has been ladled into them over recent times, like David Cameron's social value test that said things like people getting contracts off the government need to provide foreign languages or diverse workforce plans, and simply go for best value for money for the taxpayer, and can it be provided by a British company? So yes, we do have a preference for British businesses. But the point I was making earlier was, it seems very odd to me that somebody who's posing as being concerned to just get their hands dirty and fix problems for the benefit of patients would be considering scrapping a technology that demonstrably is working to reduce waiting lists and to get people out of hospital swiftly and into care homes or back home to their own home and improve the quality of treatment in the system. And I suspect the motivation is not AI sovereignty or British companies getting the contracts, but it's because there's some people on the hard left who don't like a company that happens to provide a bit of tech to Israel or the United States getting contracts.
Yeah, that's it.
And look, in Reform, we have a preference for British businesses, but we're never going to put mad hard left ideology above making sure the NHS actually functions properly and we help patients.
Okay. Shameful. All right. Should we get started on this Ethan stuff then? As much as I'd rather just now start talking about Spider-Man for a few hours, I don't think I will, guys. I think I will refrain. I'm not on camera today. I didn't dry my hair properly. So it's not happening. Okay. Is this what we want first? I assume this is in order, right? Okay. Assumedly, everyone's been following the Ethan Klein story to some extent, but if you haven't, I'll give you a quick TLDR on the latest. Ethan Klein, after false DMCAing a Snark subreddit 5 times, set up a trap for several other content creators to be sued by reacting to one of his videos after he registered it with the Library of Congress. Later, CPS was called to his house, so Ethan started pretending that all the stuff he did before that was because of the CPS call, even though it didn't happen until after. And everyone fell for it. Everyone fell for it and gave him a pass for suing a bunch of people and filing bullshit DMCAs and acting like a totally insane, criticism silencing, narcissistic fucking loser. Ranting about how he was going to destroy people's lives and harass them and stalk them and all this shit. After a year of that, Idubbbz decided to show a message on his screen during a stream of Destiny accusing Ethan Klein of molesting his own children. Idubbbz did this while saying that he did not believe it to be true and that he denounced it in order to fuck with Ethan, because Ethan seemed to have so much heat for these people who quote unquote called CPS on him, even though they didn't. Yet no heat for Destiny. And Idubbbz was pointing out the double standard there, and maybe identifying that maybe Ethan's scared. So Ethan decided to use the asymmetry in Canadian and US defamation law to begin suing them. To begin suing Idubbbz. I was saying them as if it was Anita and Idubbbz, but it's just Idubbbz. Began suing Idubbbz for airing this. That was until Charlie Moist Critical, greatest fence sitter to ever do it, made a couple of both sides videos, kind of condemning Ethan's actions, kind of condemning suing. And Ethan basically said, threw his hands up, said, fine, if Idubbbz apologizes, I'll drop the lawsuit, even though Idubbbz had already apologized. Now, today, it turns out Ethan may not have ever even dropped the lawsuit, despite saying that he was going to. So let's take a look. Let's see the clip.
Yes, I do have important news. I'm going to try to be as candid about this as possible. I have my points written down in front of me. So here is the news. Here's the important news. Number 1, Ethan Klein has not dropped the lawsuit. Number 2, we've been actively dealing with it for the past couple of months. Number 3, I'm bringing it up now because now we have court dates, basically. And so, you know, it's becoming a lot more real. I'm not particularly surprised, but I am disappointed. There really isn't much else I can say about the matter right now because, you know, it's legal. It's legal. So, yeah, we're going to keep pushing on. That doesn't change anything here. For the rest of the stream, I am going to be doing what we normally do. So, yeah, that is it. I'm not going to be answering any questions in chat related to it. But there you go. I didn't even make you guys wait too long. Congratulations.
This guy sucks so bad. Yeah, so here's my immediate issue. And, you know, maybe it was the right play. Who knows, man? Who knows? But I said at the time, Idubbbz shouldn't have apologized. Idubbbz should not have apologized. He didn't do anything wrong. He did not do anything that was out of the ordinary for people like Ethan. For these big YouTubers beefing with each other. Ethan plays dirty, goes below the belt all the fucking time, and has done it with Idubbbz a fuckload. He actually accused Anissa of being like a groomer. He accused her of dating a 17-year-old when she was 22. When that was totally untrue, totally false. And so he is suing Idubbbz for denouncing a statement from someone else when he has played like that, talking about Anissa and Idubbbz. It's crazy. Now, apparently there's a resurfaced clip of Ethan hinting at this.
Was making, it was wrong. I was angry.
I think so far so good. I'm feeling that I like the admission he's made here. If I was still suing it, that would be a problem for him, but I'm not. I mean, but I'm not. Right? That'd be pretty wild if I was just like, psych, and now I'm adding this to the complaint.
Yeah, ha 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 ha. Imagine, ha ha ha. Imagine if I was like imagine if I was like the most horrendous anti-Semitic caricature personified. Imagine if I just behaved like the most absurd anti-Semitic caricature. Wouldn't that be funny, guys? I guess so, man. I guess so.
YouTube creator Idubbbz reveals that Ethan Klein lied about dropping his lawsuit against him and now has received an upcoming court date. Ethan previously confirmed he would drop the lawsuit after receiving significant backlash online and an apology from Idubbbz. I am shocked that the guy who has been caught lying 500 times would lie again.
So here is the news. Here's the important news. Number one, Ethan Klein has not dropped the lawsuit. Number two, we've been actively dealing with it for the past couple of months. Number three, I'm bringing it up now because now we have court dates, basically. And so, you know, it's becoming a lot more real.
So, like, what's the calculus look like for Ethan Klein exactly? I made this guy make a video apologizing to me. He made the video and it was incredibly earnest, so earnest that I replied to it with, "Hi, Ian. I appreciate the thoughtful apology. It means a lot. I've instructed my attorneys to drop the lawsuit entirely." And then you're going to proceed with the lawsuit anyways? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Your image as a content creator is more important than the destruction of someone else's image. What the fuck is going on? It has to just be like a vengefulness, right?
Dude. I like Gary, except for the fact he thinks the answer to everything is wealth tax. I'm seeing red. I'm seeing red.
But like, you're really gonna live out the idiom? Holding a grudge is like drinking.
I'm having a I like Gary, but he just thinks that the wealth tax is the answer to everything. When you know, it's only one part of the puzzle.
Leave me alone!
Poison and expecting it to impact the other person or whatever. Like, this is just... This hurts you more than it hurts him. I don't even understand.
Wow. Well, Denham's not adding a whole lot there, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't know what I expected. Ethan comments on the Idubbbz lawsuit, says they're negotiating the terms of a settlement.
Oh, I guess I'll just comment on this because I see Idubbbz said, I am not dropping the lawsuit. And, well, listen, it's a bunch of technical bullshit. It's just we're in negotiating the terms of the settlement still. And that's it. I don't know.
So you didn't just instruct them to drop it. You were trying to extract more concessions. You said, this is you laying out publicly. This is you telling the audience, telling the public what your terms for settlement are. You say, do a public apology and I will drop the lawsuit. However, behind the scenes, you are continuing the lawsuit and attempting to extract further concessions. Like, yeah, it's not a bunch of technical bullshit. You're just lying. Oh, we're going crazy. Okay.
Oh, I guess I'll just comment on this because I see Idubbbz said, I am not dropping the lawsuit. And,
Silly goy.
Well,
silly goy, Ian.
Listen, it's a bunch of technical bullshit. It's just we're in negotiating the terms of the settlement still. And that's it. I don't know. It's what it is. You know what I mean? We're negotiating the terms of the it's a meeting about the settlement. That's it. That's all it is. Right? So, whatever.
So whatever. Look, he knows he's
Anywho,
fucking bullshit, bro. You literally see it in his face. It's so crazy. I need these Anissa tweets, but not on Imager because that's illegal in my country. So, Stephen Asarch here saying he would be covering Ethan Klein. However, Ethan is so litigious, he's staying away from it. So just some evidence that this does work as a chilling effect, in case there's any fat, stupid Italians trying to tell you otherwise. Fat, retarded wops telling you otherwise. Saying some shit like, oh, what's this chill? It's just chilling calling people pedophiles. It's just chilling people calling everyone pedophiles. No, you stupid fucking wop. No, it's not. No, Diorio forgave Asarch. They forgave each other on a Chud stream one time. See over under another Moist video. We're praying. We're praying. One second. I'm getting these Anissa tweets. Okay. Ethan Klein claiming not dropping the lawsuit is not technical bullshit. And negotiating settlement, he didn't drop it. He wanted more different things. Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. It's costing us money because he didn't drop the lawsuit. We're going to court because he didn't drop the lawsuit. It's public record. Anyone can look it up in the Calgary courts. And she says, sorry to everyone who has to try and figure out my country's population, state of California legal system. Extra sorry, it's Alberta law. Okay. I hate all these people. No, the red pill is that Anissa is the only one that isn't totally hateable. Do we have the legal filings? Has anyone got them? I don't know how to look up stuff in Canada. I've never done it before. If anyone get the filings, I'd be interested to take a look. That'd be cool. Let's pull this up though. So we've got a bunch of Ethan stuff here, okay, guys. So we've got a Sleepy video on the topic. So let's say there's probably gonna be a rehash of a lot of stuff we've just seen, but we'll take a look anyway. And we've got there's a new Paige Christie video, my fucking favorite YouTuber of all time. I say that having watched one of her videos, but it's a goated video, okay? It was a goated video. She literally got Diorio dead to fucking rights. She literally, you know, you can never take that away from Paige Christie. You can literally never take that away from Paige Christie, that she totally fucking speared Diorio.
I think Ethan Klein is a disgusting rat human being who can't seem to take a hint that nobody likes him or his politics or his wife's politics or the fact that they seem to shill for Israel no matter what. His audience is embarrassed to wear their merch in public, and rather than taking a hint from the recent Noah Samson loss, yes, I'm calling it a loss, I know they dropped with prejudice, and they also recently dropped Denim's lawsuit regarding the countdown stream. Rather than looking at public sentiment, seeing that a lot of people were, you know, while still frustrated with Ethan Klein and his actions over the year, you know, suing Casey Tron, Frogan, Denim's, Noah Samson, and now Idubbbz, rather than realizing, okay, yeah, like public sentiment's really against me and they seem to like it when I drop lawsuits and attempt to move on, rather than following through on the promise they made underneath the apologizing to Ethan video that Idubbbz had made just a month ago, okay? Hi, Ian. Appreciate the thoughtful apology. It means a lot. I've instructed my attorneys to drop the lawsuit. Well, we've gotten an update from Idubbbz himself stating that, no, nothing's been dropped. They're still going to court. And look, I'm not naive enough to believe this, but this is what the cope was on the H3 Reddit when the Noah Samson lawsuit was dropped. And it was one of those copes where, while I would have pointed out this is cope, okay, I wouldn't mind this being the cope that they decide to use as their excuse for getting out of this lawsuit and maybe having a change of heart. Ethan drops lawsuit against Noah Samson. Don't know if this is allowed, yada yada. And then top comment, 1.6k likes, okay, upvotes, way more than the original post itself. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that Ethan intends to have a new era for the show by dropping everything and just getting back to the goofs. Maybe with Oliver's passing and the break, he did some introspection and decided that this was the best route for him. Wildly level-headed take. Get the fuck out. Now, at the time, I was saying this is probably cope because, frankly, what is a bigger motivating factor? Oliver Tree passing, having a change of heart, or having the biggest commentary YouTuber, Moist Critical, make a video talking about how your lawsuit against multiple people, most notably Idubbbz, is fucking weird, and you are the Nintendo of YouTube, and everybody who watches Moist Critical now has the view of you as a litigious freak. All that being said, let's watch the clip of Idubbbz talking about the lawsuit. Shout out sub.
Oh, dude, we've got... I'm hearing something. I'm hearing something in the jungle. I'm hearing a gorilla beating its chest, letting out a howl. Some of the stupidest shit you're ever gonna hear. So this fucking huge bloke who looks like a gorilla called Leroy Sapienti says, Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions responded to Idubbbz claims that the lawsuit has not stopped. Ethan states there are technicalities at play, but they are still negotiating the terms of the settlement. From my perspective, it seems Ethan isn't taking the path to file a notice of discontinuance only and wants to settle. A settlement could help Ian, because Ian's attorneys can add a stipulation for Ethan to not sue further. It looks as if this isn't going to trial, or Ethan doesn't have the intentions to take it to trial, and Ian may have possibly jumped to conclusions by seeing the deadline dates. No, we actually know from Anissa, they wanted more. They wanted more. So jumping to conclusions, they wanted more. The deal that was put out publicly was apologize and I drop it. They didn't just want the apology. That's already been said, you stupid fuck. I also wonder if Ian ever talked to his attorney and asked for an update before firing up a live stream, because he would have naturally known they were in settlement negotiations had he asked. So yeah, for those who don't know, if you ever see this Twitter account around, remember that this is some 50-year-old woman who legit looks like a fucking bloke. Looks like a huge ape. Who tried to be a YouTuber with this stupid whore, Jessica Pizzle, who got put in a mental hospital by Nicholas Diorio. No fucking joke. She tried to call out misogyny in the commentary community one time, and then Diorio made fun of her, and she tried to kill herself and ended up in a mental hospital. No joke. Not a joke. Real story. And Andy Ray Swarsky's retarded bitch girlfriend as well. They all tried to do a podcast together, and it failed fucking miserably. And now all these people are just like worthless, like peanut gallery Twitter retards that would never amount to anything. So just remember that if you ever see that account around.
Substance for the clip. Let's watch this now.
Yes, I do have important news. I'm going to try to be as candid about this as possible. I have my points written down in front of me. So here is the news. Here's the important news. Number one, Ethan Klein has not dropped the lawsuit. No.
Fucking brutal. Fucking brutal. What was this all about? What was the point of this? What were we saying here? Are you not a man of your word, Ethan? You go back on your word? Hi, Ian. I appreciate the thoughtful apology. It means a lot. Did it mean a lot? Or did you just say this because Moist Critical was breathing down your neck? And now, this is a big thing I want to say. Critical, Moist Critical, Penguin Zero. It's time. I know that there were a lot of people that came out and you got a mixed reaction and it made you make a second video talking about how you don't want to engage with this sort of stuff because it was really frustrating. But there are a lot of people that appreciated what you did, because what you did is you stood up against somebody who was weaponizing the legal system against content creators that were critical of that person. And so, Moist Critical, I am once again asking for your commentary support. We need you.
About court docs need to be formally requested. Shamu? Shamu? Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Shamu? Ding ding ding.
There is no bigger content creator that can get this message across. We saw what happened when you did this last time. He dropped the Noah Sampson case. He said that he was going to drop the Idubbbz case, and then he also dropped the Denims case. When Moist Critical speaks about the weaponization of the legal system by bigger, multi-millionaire content creators against smaller content creators,
Kilo's already on it.
Ethan Klein quakes in his boots. He can't take it because he knows that what he's doing is unpopular. He knows it's wrong. And when you come out and you put a statement out about this stuff, people take notice.
Number two, we've been actively dealing with it for the past couple of months. Number three, I'm bringing it up now because now we have court dates, basically. And so, you know, it's becoming a lot more real. I'm not particularly surprised, but I am disappointed.
This fucking guy apologized twice. This guy apologized twice. It's insane. And by the way, I don't think, you know, there's other content creators that have stood a bit more firmly on this. I was always of the mind it is in Idubbbz nature to apologize for what he did, which is essentially, if you guys aren't aware, he showed the message that Destiny put out that essentially implied that Ethan Klein had done something to his kids and that he was a pedophile, okay? That was the message that Destiny had put out in his DGG chat, and then Idubbbz screenshots that message, okay, and puts it on his live stream. He doesn't say anything to support it. He says that this is something that someone should address, that it's a disgusting allegation, but he never outwardly supports what's being said. The alternative view, okay, my view is this is in Idubbbz nature. He was always going to apologize, and you know what, maybe he wants to avoid the court fees and, you know, having to deal with this, the stress, all of that, okay? The alternative view, especially Kuihman was the one who was saying this the most, is this is a terrible look. You don't apologize for something like this because you didn't do anything wrong. And when you do apologize, all that you're proving is that a guy like Ethan can weaponize the courts, weaponize his wealth to make you apologize, to compel speech. And ultimately, it seems that Kuihman was right here because look at this. The guy apologized twice. Ethan goes into his comment section, says we're dropping the lawsuit.
No one
a
else
month later,
is anyone else grinning?
lawsuit's
Anyone else
still on,
grinning?
nothing's been dropped. This guy's spending money. It's fucking brutal. And it should be a message to anyone that makes any content covering what Ethan Klein does, offering your opinion on it. Probably an opinion that Ethan Klein doesn't like to hear. You shouldn't apologize for your coverage. You shouldn't apologize for giving your opinion on what some other content creator is putting online publicly. And ultimately, if you do, there is no guarantee that a sick fuck like Ethan Klein, who will literally say, yeah, Ian, don't worry about it. We got you. I appreciate the thoughtful apology. It means a lot. Okay, they'll say that. They'll say it means a lot, and then they're going to turn around and tell their lawyers, go sue this fucking guy. Get every fucking penny out of him.
There really isn't much else I can say about the matter right now because, you know, it's legal. It's legal. So, yeah, we're going to keep pushing on. That doesn't change anything here. For the rest of the stream, I am going to be doing what we normally do. So, yeah, that is it. I'm not going to be answering any questions in chat related to it. But there you go. I didn't even make you guys wait too long. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Like, the only defense I can give of Ethan here is that maybe it's taken over a month. Maybe it's taken over a month for them to get this dropped. I don't see how that's fucking possible. And frankly, I don't know what the motivation would be for, you know, a guy like Idubbbz to lie about this. We've also got this clip from VioTubing.
Was making it was wrong. I was angry.
I think so far so good. I'm feeling that I like the admission he's made here. If I was still suing it, that would be a problem for him. But I'm not. I mean, but I'm not, right? That'd be pretty wild if I was just like, so now I'm adding this to the complaint.
Well, he's still suing him. Uma Palma, Ethan lied. Idubbbz revealed on stream today that it appears Ethan Klein lied about dropping the lawsuit. 1 month ago, Ethan claimed he'd drop the lawsuit if he received an apology. Ian apologized, and Ethan was quoted as saying, "Hi, Ian." We've already read this.
I told Ian, you know, the only time Ian's apologized is after I sent him the cease and desist, and I did not perceive it as genuine, right? And I said, and I still say, that if Ian would issue a genuine apology, I'd probably think about dropping the lawsuit.
The first apology, okay, that wasn't good enough. All right, boy. All right, boy. See, I can say it because Idubbbz is white. All right, boy, it wasn't good enough. All right? Like, genuinely, he's like, get on your fucking knees and grovel. Okay, the first apology wasn't good enough. Do it again.
I don't think he's ever genuinely apologized or reckoned with the fact that, like, what he did was so extraordinarily fucked up.
By the way, no lawsuit smoke.
Bronx, you can say this is cold, but this is literally the bread and butter, okay? Just pays rent.
Our boy Destiny. And by the way, it bears repeating, and I keep saying it. Tamara, we love Tamara on this channel. The only member of that fucking podcast to press Ethan in any notable way on. So why didn't you go after Destiny?
I think he means no legal smoke.
Why would I?
Well,
why
we don't have a legal
what?
claim to sue him. I'm just saying. I think that's what he's referring to.
But what legal smoke? Why would I sue him? Why would I be
because
suing
he
him?
made. Okay, that was just what I thought. I mean,
we love Tamara. We love Tamara. They had no response. Why would we sue him? Why would you sue us?
Dude, oh my god, the Oreo in Discord. The Oreo in his Discord again, guys. That'd be crazy because he explicitly confirmed he wasn't requesting a non-disparagement agreement. And I assume he means non-disparagement and not disclosure. But either way, I mean, it's probably both. I mean, you wouldn't really want either. I think Nick would probably find a way to justify disclosure, but definitely not disparagement. In his last time discussing situation, so that would be terrible. Lol. Wow, it's almost like everyone else was right the whole time, and you lied to cover up 5 false copyright strikes done by this insane litigious Zionist in order to silence people calling him a Zionist.
Idubbbz. If you don't have a reason why you would sue Destiny, why the fuck would you sue Idubbbz? Well, I'll give you 2 explanations. One that I believe, and then one that is probably the mainstream belief, okay?
Lol.
The mainstream belief is that they want to sue Idubbbz because they have an issue with Idubbbz, and they view that him living in Canada makes him more susceptible to losing the lawsuit. And they don't want to sue Destiny because Destiny lives in the United States and it would get hit with an anti-slap. Okay, cool, that's out of the way. My opinion, and I don't think that this is controversial at all, as you can see, there's a redact.dev sponsorship back here. There is a friendship between Dan Saltman and Ethan Klein. They ran a show together, they've been best friends for years. Obviously, as you guys know, Dan Saltman dropped Destiny and dropped making the show with Destiny. Dan Saltman deletes a lot of his tweets, so you won't be able to find it on main, but on Reddit, you can see the tweet where he was explaining why he left anything else. If you've been living under a rock, I stepped back from AE. For anyone that paid for a sub, yada yada. He doesn't really go into the reasoning. Destiny's actually currently in court for this situation, but essentially what happened is that Destiny shared links to numerous sex tapes he had with multiple women. A big issue is whether or not these women consented to those sex tapes either being recorded or being sent around. But he was talking to this person in their Discord DMs and sent them these sex tapes. In return, that person sent sex tapes and images of themselves to Destiny. Destiny then posts images of Rose with enough PII in the images for Kiwi Farms to find out who this person is. And guess what? They found out that she was 17 at the time of their discussions. So any images that he would have received from Rose would be images and sex tapes of a 17-year-old. Now, I understand this is an Idubbbz Ethan Klein lawsuit video, but this needs to be stated. There is the cope that, hey, this person was being sex trafficked, or this person was having their content being sent by some third party to Destiny. Listen, ultimately, it is on Destiny to verify identification. It is on Destiny to talk to this person, call this person, get some form of identification from this person before you start accepting nude images and sending nude images to that person. What seems to be the case here is that Destiny interacted with somebody without explicitly knowing their age, without explicitly knowing if they were running the account themselves, and in the process he sent sex tapes of himself with other women to an account who he couldn't even verify the identity of. So essentially, if you're a Destiny fan, you kind of have to bite one of 2 pills. Either he knowingly sent content to somebody that he could identify, which was a 17-year-old girl, or Destiny sent sex tapes of himself with other women to a person that he could not identify, a Discord account that he could not identify, that he wasn't sure who it was. No matter what you feel about Destiny, he was absolutely reckless and irresponsible in this situation. So back to Dan Saltman. Why does he step away from anything else? Well, this is around the time that people discover, oh, Rose was about 17 years old. That's fucking crazy. And by the way, Destiny was still in possession of that material. He had explicitly said so. And so when you find out the age of the person in the material, you go, wait, are you in possession of CSAM? And so this is where things get rocky, because Ethan Klein is like, okay, finally I can burn this bridge, this perceived bridge with Destiny, because obviously both Ethan Klein and Destiny are liberal Zionists. And because they shared a common enemy of Hassan Piker, there seemed to be a lot of overlap. There was a perception that Ethan Klein was getting all of his information from Destiny, which I think is still a fair perception. They don't have to communicate directly for Ethan Klein to watch a Destiny stream and get some ideas. But that being said, Ethan Klein clearly didn't like the connection, and definitely
I'm retired, I was muted. I said, or just check his subreddit, because he was caught doing that on stream numerous times.
Didn't like what his Wine Mom audience had to say about that connection.
I realized I
caught Destiny scandal. Dropped a new video, VOD on demand. Is that the claim, that the DMs are yours, but with somebody other than Rose? Do you deny having a 17-year-old's nudes on your computer? I'm trying to be open-minded. If I got anything wrong, please tell me with evidence, and I will immediately correct and retract. So far, I cannot find a single thing that corroborates anything you're saying. Destiny literally admitted to Willie Mac directly that he has pornographic content of a 17-year-old. Nowhere did Destiny deny.
People crying right there. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm switching into Asmongold mode. I'm switching into Diorio mode. Okay, I'll reset, okay?
this was Rose. Actually,
Yep.
the opposite. He essentially confirmed
Yep.
that it's her during their convo. The
There
DMs
it
from
is, dude.
Destiny and
Yep.
her are horrific as well. You say they are fake,
Yep.
but what is your evidence? These were part of the original leak. Everything else in that leak was true, but just not this one thing. I really don't
Yep.
care about invading his privacy when it comes to a 33-year-old having and keeping sexual content of a minor on his computer. That's just straight up crime. So what am I missing? So
There-
Ethan
there
Klein
it is,
exposes
dude. There it
Destiny.
is. You may not like him, but he's right.
Destiny, in return, goes through Ethan Klein's entire history of either jokes or fucked up shit that he's done, and essentially tries to paint Ethan as a pedophile as well. And after the hot war was over, there's still a cold war that brews all the way into January, where we have this message where Destiny goes, quick daily reminder, Ethan from age 3 is likely a pedophile who molested his own children. And so what is the point
There
of me
it
telling
is,
you all of
dude.
this?
There
Well,
it
my
is.
whole point here is that Dan Saltman is the bridge that connects these two people that clearly do not like each other. Ethan, I think, wanted any excuse to burn any perceived bridge with Destiny. I don't think
I can't do a Diorio voice, but imagine I'm like doing a Diorio voice and talking about how I'm getting this watch. That costs fucking $900. This watch costs $900. So it's a limited release $900 watch.
think he wanted to be connected to Destiny in any way. Destiny, obviously the opposite, probably wanted to be connected to H3, likes the idea that a mainstream person like H3 is connected with him, especially given how controversial Destiny has been throughout his entire career. And so after your hot war ends, as you move later on into 2026, you don't really see them sending shots at each other all that much. And for the same reason that they're no longer sending shots at
imagine if Ethan was like Homelander.
each other the same way that they were just
Thank you for the 5 gifted, Yami Prismo. Thank you. Huge appreciate. Thank you.
year ago. I think that Ethan does not want to pursue a lawsuit against Destiny. Destiny is one of the largest pro-Israel, pro-Zionist voices online right now. Whether you like him or not, him and Ethan Klein have very, very similar politics. And having someone like Dan Saltman, who has been up Hassan Piker's ass for the better part of 3 years now, being the bridge between both Ethan Klein and
Dude, Ethan like Thanos snapped the snarkers. Dude. It's like in Infinity War. Is that the right one? Yeah, dude, it's like in Infinity War. All the snarkers got snapped. Dude, it's so funny to me.
Destiny, it's not really surprising that a guy like Ethan Klein can find any excuse not to sue Destiny. But hey, Idubbbz showing what Destiny has to say, that's somebody we can target, okay? You cannot be reposting what Destiny has to say.
It's like that one Family Guy cutaway gag. I can't remember any Family Guy cutaway gags. I can't remember any Family Guy cutaway gags. Wow, this is harder than Diorio makes it look.
Idubbbz, you have the wrong politics. Now, let me be clear. Like, the reason why I'm bringing up politics and saying you have the wrong politics, that's the reason Idubbbz being targeted here. If you truly believe, okay, Ethan Klein, believe that Destiny is a pedophile with CSAM on his computer,
Do you remember Flamenco? Dude, this is like when Flamenco said that Boy Soprano wasn't Shota, I think.
That a guy like Ethan Klein can find.
Dude, this is like when Tipster was like, what's the definition of lolly? Dude, this is like when Tipster was like, what's the definition of lolly? Dude, this is like when Bo Black said he had BPD.
Any excuse.
Dude, oh my god, I can't believe I'm gonna have to take another friend out back. It's like John Swan all over again. Ethan doing this like John Swan all over again. I've had to take all my friends out back since John Swan.
Not to sue Destiny. But hey, Idubbbz showing what Destiny has to say, that's somebody we can target, okay? You cannot be reposting what Destiny has to say, Idubbbz. You have the wrong politics. Now, let me be clear. Like, the reason why I'm bringing up politics and saying you have the wrong politics, that's the reason.
It's like Keemstar.
Reason Idubbbz being targeted here. If you truly believe, okay, Ethan Klein, believe that Destiny is a pedophile with CSAM on his computer, how the fuck can you justify going after Idubbbz and not Destiny just on principle? That guy calls you a pedophile pedophile, says that you molest your own kids, and you target Idubbbz, and then when Idubbbz apologizes twice, and you say you'll drop the lawsuit, you keep the lawsuit up, I find it hard to come to any other conclusion than you don't want to sue your brother in Zionism, Destiny. But let's refocus. Let's get back on track with the Idubbbz lawsuit, okay? You've gotten my reason as to why he's going after Idubbbz instead of Destiny. Now let's talk about the implications here. Anybody that was of the opinion that Oliver Tree magically changed Ethan Klein overnight, okay? He was in such desperate grief.
He said, for those of you that are of the impression that Oliver Tree magically, I thought I was going to say, I magically survived, magically reappeared. That was like where my brain was going immediately in that sentence. Oliver Tree. For those of you that are of the impression that Oliver Tree magically survived the helicopter crash. Oh, man.
He was like, I'm going to drop all the lawsuits. I'm going to focus on my image. Okay. You know, that ship has sailed. And a lot of people, you know, when the Noah Samsen lawsuit got dropped, they criticized Ethan for not saying anything after his first show back. And I was like, you know what? Give him some time. He'll get to it at some point. A couple more shows go by. He doesn't say a fucking word about it. And what that tells me is that the dropping of the Noah Samsen lawsuit and the dropping of the Denims lawsuit, not the main Denims lawsuit. He lost that one. The second lawsuit, he's appealing the main lawsuit. The dropping of the lawsuits have less to do with him trying to be a good person and more to do with Moist Critical was pressing him. This is good press. Let's get this out of the way. And then not addressing it. Well, I mean, what is there to address? Essentially, he knew he was going to get hit with an anti-slap. He offered, you know, an exit strategy that was very beneficial to him that Noah Samsen rejected. In all ways, he basically made a lawsuit, made Noah Samsen spend a bunch of money, and then dropped the lawsuit because he knew he was going to lose and he was going to have to pay out Noah Samsen's lawyer fees and have it on the record that he lost due to an anti-slap motion. Having the Idubbbz lawsuit still be active confirms what everybody thought. This is all self-serving. It has nothing to do with a change of heart. H3 audience, if you're watching, if you're listening, Oliver Tree had no impact on H3's heart. All right, the mainstream copellium, okay? I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume Ethan intends to have a new era. Maybe with Oliver's passing and the break, he did some introspection. No introspection needed, okay? That motherfucker is suing Idubbbz into the ground until he dies. It's so bizarre to me because the H3 podcast has always been one that discusses topics that are going on.
How does music critic Kuihman feel about Oliver Tree's music? I fucking hate Oliver Tree's music. I think it's fucking terrible.
Trending, people that are doing
I hated his whole shtick. Just being totally real. I thought it fucking sucked. It fucking sucked. I thought it was incredibly unlikable, unfunny. Even back when I liked H3, I didn't watch any episode with Oliver Tree. I fucking hated all the Oliver Tree stuff. I thought the guy was a fucking loser. Dude, chill. You're so deranged, man. You're such a retard. Thank you for the $5 Kirby-Yosh with the pet character. Thank you. Huge appreciated. Dropping the microphone. Thank you.
Shit, content creators doing goofs and H3 laughing at them. It is so bizarre to me how much their panties get into a twist when somebody does the same thing to them. And what's crazy is that if they just didn't offer their zogged out fucking political beliefs, people wouldn't talk about their politics. If they weren't suing people, people wouldn't talk about their litigation. I know personally, like the first content that I really made about H3 regarding any of this stuff wasn't even the Zionism aspect. I thought it was insane that he was going after Denims for her reaction to the content nuke. I couldn't believe it. And so now, over a year later, to promise that you would drop a lawsuit against Idubbbz, and then over a month later, we find out...
That could be true, but Anissa is saying they wanted more. So...
Oh yeah, no, you're still going through.
If the settlement offer is basically anything other than the apology is sufficient to drop it, then that's totally going against what you said publicly.
With that shit, Idubbbz is getting ready to go to court, It's fucking crazy. I'll end it on this comment from 20 days ago under the Reddit post we were just reading. Would be an exceptional decision that saves their show. Let's be honest. All these arguments, Hassan, Ian, etc., got so tiresome it made the show a chore to watch. I went from a fan that hasn't skipped an episode in literal years to skipping many. I am not using my free time to hear someone obsessively go on about petty personal arguments. No, this isn't snark. Due to the audience paranoia, I have to caveat that every freaking comment. I'm a paid subscriber and have been for a long time. I resumed watching the show as the personal vendettas slowly but surely faded, and the show actually tried to be entertaining again. Change is not easy, but if Ethan really used Oliver's death to take a look at what the fuck he was doing, I admire that. Life is way too short. Well, the Ivy Fund, I'm sorry to inform you, but your goat is washed and he is still a litigious freak. Ladies and gents, if you enjoyed my video and you want to see more like it, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And August is going to be a fun month. I've got lots of content.
Okay, so next we have this brand new Paige Christie video, guys, which I'm very excited to watch about Ethan. However, I need one moment. So I'm going to play a video about the new Star Wars racing game while I take 2 seconds.
What? Kestar Bull has a message for you. 100 credits to quit the League right now.
Well, that's insulting. Surely Kestar can afford more than that.
Yes, he can.
You sound like one of his lackeys yourself.
Now you insult me. I know the Bulls. I know them well. But that boy, not even Ashlar could ask me to spare him an ounce of clemency.
The big gonorrheas. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm not taking Mollis' side. I didn't say that. I said maybe take your issues with Mollis.
Okay, I'm back. We might watch properly later, but let's move on. Where's this video? Paige Christie. Paige Christie. There we go. It's called Ethan Klein Laughs at Child Victims, featuring Girl with the Fuck Ass Bun. So she's put F.A. bun, but, you know, we all know what that means.
Ooh, she had it coming.
Crazy bitch. Had to
This
go.
crazy needed to be
What?
murdered.
Prosecution presented evidence ranging from DNA and bloodstain analysis to cell phone records and the thousands
Oh, yeah, so I did hear about this. Apparently they had a pretty atrocious stream about the David case. Okay? And now, I'm fine with a little bit of dark humor, edgy humor. However, I don't know that really, you know, covering a court case about a 15-year-old who's recently been raped and dismembered and left to rot in the back of some rapper's car. It's like it's not the exact moment to start doing pedophile shtick. It's probably not the exact moment to start doing pedophile shtick. There are some moments where maybe you get away with pedophile shtick. But I'd say that moment to your female audience is probably not the moment.
Of text messages they say showed Burke had a financial motive to kill the 14-year-old girl from Lake Elsinore.
I don't know in what capacity this is like a jovial joking matter. We're talking about, you know, we're talking about severely harming somebody. We're talking about dude. I just thought that this was so distasteful.
Okay, well, that's a nice tight little episode. Ethan has
like, dude, why did she say this? Why did she say this?
I just thought that this was so distasteful.
Okay, well, that's a nice tight little episode. Ethan has stuff to do.
So this is not even just like an Ethan Klein thing, right? Right? Can we all be clear that this is not just an Ethan Klein thing? It's not just Ethan Klein who's making his awkward jokes because he doesn't know where the line is, because he has no home training.
Your Honor, we jinx Infinity. And I couldn't say no to having with her at that point.
Somebody said, I see. It doesn't really address the point that several people are making in the thread that I got banned for, which is that H3 doing true crime isn't really adding anything to the discussion. Can you not see that? There's no outside expertise, lawyer, doctor, etc. It's exploitative. If Keemstar can have a little bit more decorum than you, what in the does that say? What in the does that say, Ethan?
She said circle, dot,
This
dot.
intro is excessive. 2-minute intro is way too much.
How are we all doing today?
Wait, did she stream?
Are we Gucci?
Well, I wonder if she spoke about the Diorio stuff at any point.
It is so good to see you guys. Oh my goodness. With that being said, I hope you guys are having a really good...
realize those are potential memberships to our channel.
Ethan Klein will forever be immortalized on this fucking channel. This is what we're gonna do. Every time a subscription comes through, all we're gonna hear is, you do realize that is potential subscriptions to our channel. That's what you're gonna hear from now on, okay? My husband did that the other week and I fucking live. I think it's amazing. With that being said,
She's always streaming on Twitch. What the hell? What if we've missed the Oreo stuff?
I hope you guys are having a really good day. This will be coming out on YouTube. Hello, my name is Paige. Welcome to the channel. This is where I sit down and do random commentary.
Those are potential memberships to our channel.
Salute you. This is the Paige Christie channel. I talk pop culture news, anything influencer, entertainment, celebrity gossip, all of that. But we are going to be starting with Ethan Klein. We have absolutely way more Ethan Klein lash-ins. I was really surprised by this. This was something that somebody posted onto our Discord. If you aren't a part of the Discord family, definitely make sure that you are. You can check the link in the description. On Discord, we were having this discussion. Somebody had posted what Ethan Klein had done on the H3 After Dark
Dude, all these sound
show.
effects are crazy.
And on the H3 After Dark show, he was there.
I'm just gonna skim her
with,
streams on my other.
Oh God, that girl with the fuck ass bun. Girl with the fuck ass bun. Apparently the fuck ass bun is down. I don't know if she heard us. I'm joking. She probably wears her hair down. I'm not that important. But I don't know whether she heard us, girl. I have no idea. But the fuck ass bun is turned into a fuck ass half up, half down. It's still fuck ass. I still don't like it. I still do better. Okay, fuck ass bun, do better. But she was in a live stream with Ethan Klein. Usually he isn't on the After Dark show, I assume. with it being, with Harley. So I don't know if he's filling in for Harley after what it is that we discussed in a previous episode, or whether it's just a case of he just wanted to show up for this particular story. But they are talking about the David situation. Now, if you guys don't know about the David situation, I'm going to give you the most surface level TLDR of this entire situation. There is a singer, his name is David. He is involved in a case that is to do with another young girl called Celeste. This young girl, apparently, again, I'm not hugely familiar with the case, just like an overall, just so you're aware. She was underage at the time that they were dating. She wound up dead in the back of his Tesla, so it's turned into this like true crime thing. She wound up dead in the back of his Tesla, but for some reason, he wasn't suspect number one, and it really took a while for them to gather enough.
She's like misunderstanding here. He was like, it wasn't that he wasn't suspect number one. It's that he wasn't being like actively investigated or something. They hadn't, he wasn't named as a suspect. It was, he wasn't named as a suspect. But there's a lot of reasons why police might not do that immediately that aren't necessarily that they don't suspect him, right? They obviously suspected him. She was found dismembered in the back of his Tesla. They obviously suspected him. He just wasn't named as a suspect at that point.
Of evidence to basically, say he's the murderer. So now he's
exactly. It's often about not playing your cards wrong, not going too heavy, too fast while you collect evidence.
Days, a dozen witnesses and mounds of evidence. Both sides rested their case before a LA County judge who decided singer and TikTok star David Burke will stand trial, allegedly for murdering, sexually abusing, and dismembering the body of Celeste Rivas.
I am here to announce that Judge Charlene Olmedo held David Anthony Burke to answer for the horrific and barbaric killing of a 14-year-old at the time, Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
The prosecution presented evidence ranging from DNA and bloodstain analysis to cell phone records and the thousands of text messages they say showed Burke had a financial motive to kill the 14-year-old girl from Lake Elsinore. Prosecutors allege that last April she threatened to expose the relationship and derail his music career, where he was set to make millions of dollars.
This came out in text messages that were presented, in videos and photographs that were presented to the judge that showed this sexual activity.
On Monday, the prosecution showed text messages of Burke making plans to meet Rivas the night of April 23rd when they say she was murdered. According to court records, investigators allege they communicated before and during her Uber ride, which dropped her off at defendant's Hollywood Hills home around 10:10 p.m. At approximately 10:30 p.m., defendant sent text messages to the victim inquiring where she was. The people contend this was part of defendant's premeditated plan to cover up the murder, as she was already dead by this time.
Thank you for the £3.99 turbo. Huge appreciate it.
DA says his office is still considering the death penalty. They have not made a determination on that. This post-hearing arraignment will be held now on August 31st. No trial date has been set yet. Here in downtown LA, Jasmine Veal, CBS LA.
There's a lot of stuff going on. I think he made a song called like "Back of My Tesla" or something like that, which was, made people think like, oh, he's trying to communicate, he's trying to say something.
Did he actually?
He's trying to communicate or something like that, which was, made people think like, oh, he's trying to communicate, he's trying to say something. Then a couple of days ago, I think as his trial is continuing at this moment, just before the trial, it said he posted a song called "Yeah, I Did It" or something like that. I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember specifically, but there's a lot of conspiracies going on.
Be my Valentine, I wanna make you big suicidal. These are the kind of thoughts that cross my mind. Just because.
Has any of this conspiracy theories? I thought this is like conspiracy theories. This might be like shaky reasoning for like why he did it. This isn't really conspiracy theories. It's just guy who groomed, raped, and murdered a teenager made songs about being the type of guy who would groom, rape, and murder a teenager. It's not really a conspiracy theory. Thank you for the donut. Huge appreciate it. Thank you.
on. I think he made a song called like Back of My Tesla or something like that, which was, you know, made people think like, oh, he's trying to communicate, he's trying to say something. In the back of my car. Then a couple of days ago, I think as his trial is continuing at this moment, just before the trial, it said he posted a song called Yeah, I Did It or something like that. I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember specifically, but there's a lot of conspiracies going on.
Be my Valentine, I wanna make you big suicidal. These are the kind of thoughts that cross my mind. Just because I love you.
There's a lot of things going around, but the one thing that the internet is consistent on is that the majority of us believe that David did indeed kill this Celeste lady.
Daring
child.
conclusion.
I didn't even know if she was a child at the time of death, so again, not wholly familiar. What I will say is RIP to the young lady. A horrible thing to have happened, honestly. And it's very rare that we see, you know, celebrities and public figures, you know, be the perpetrators of crime. So I think that that's why it's garnered as many people listening.
Thank you, Paige, for denouncing the grooming, rape, and murder of this teenager. I didn't know where you stood on that, so I'm glad to get clarification.
And, you know, being involved in the story in that manner. But with that being said, it's a very delicate case, as you can imagine. It's a very delicate case. It's a very difficult case to discuss. It's, you know, involving children and minors. It's involving a celebrity, a singer with a cult following. You know, how far will somebody go to be a fan of somebody else? You know, are you at risk being a fan of somebody else? All of these questions are being brought up now because it's so delicate, and because obviously we are dealing with the sensitive matter of somebody losing their life. There is a certain level of compassion that these kind of stories have to be dealt with. We can't have a hee ha ha in these moments. We have to be 100% serious. We have to handle it with the decorum that it deserves.
Okay, I immediately disagree. You don't have to be 100% serious, but you do communicate certain things with the types of jokes you make, and probably nice, tight, fuckable little episode isn't the way to refer to your live stream covering the grooming, rape, and murder of a teenager.
Klein hops onto this stream, right? And girl, I gotta be honest, I was a little confused. I was not expecting what I ended up seeing. So apparently there's a post here, and they've got clips in this post. It's from one of our new faves over here, a person by the name of Uma Palmer. You guys will remember them from the last Ethan Klein story that we did. Uma Palmer. They posted to their ex account. Ethan Klein and Kate Gordon, Girl with the Fuck Ass Burn, are currently doing a comedy bit on the brutal R word and M word of 14-year-old Celeste Rivers at the hands of David. Multiple Vine booms, comedic sound bites are played. I pray to God that Celeste's family never come across this sick display. So let's take a quick look.
She said circle, circle, dot, dot. And I
we
couldn't
pinky
disobey.
Oh God!
Your Honor, we jinxed infinity'd. And I couldn't say no to having sex with her at that point. She said circle, circle, dot, dot.
And I couldn't say no to having sex with her at that point. I don't know in what capacity this is like a jovial, joking matter. We're talking about SA. We're talking about, you know, rape. We're talking about severely harming somebody. We're talking about murder, dude.
Okay. Unfortunately, whenever someone does this, it makes me laugh. Whenever someone starts going like, we're talking about rape, that like makes me laugh in and of itself. We're talking about murder. That's like funny to me in and of itself. So I'm going to struggle a little bit here. Thank you for the $5, Jimberly. I always thought the title referred to Guam's smallest cellulite dimples. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Fucking distasteful.
we pinky promised.
Oh God!
Your Honor, we jinxed infinity'd. And I couldn't say no to having sex with her at that point. She said circle.
I don't know. It's just gross. Why did they do the zoom in? Nobody needed to see that girl. I don't know. Fuck ass Bob. Just girl in the fuck ass Bob. I don't like her. I'm so disgusted. So disgusted. So that's the first post it is we have in regards to the situation. My researcher also showed me this one. I think this one is by Uma Palmer as well. I guess there's more, so let's take a look.
Great. Yeah. Okay, well, that's a nice tight little episode. Tight little fuckable episode. Ethan has stuff to do.
So this is not even just like an Ethan Klein thing, right? Right? Can we all be clear that this is not just an Ethan Klein thing? It's not just Ethan Klein who's making his awkward jokes because he doesn't know where the fucking line is because he has no fucking home training. It's not Ethan Klein. It's also girl with the fuck ass bun, girl with the fuck ass bob, girl with the fuck ass. Girl with a fuck ass nose. I can't stand this bitch. I just cannot believe that the pair of these two would behave in this way. Tight little fuckable show. Like, do they not think before words come out of their mouth? And again,
actually, I'm very urgently.
Let's try it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a nice tight little episode. Tight little fuckable episode. Ethan has stuff to do. He's very excited.
I'm very urgently.
Just fucking gross. Just fucking gross. Actually deplorable. Let me see what you guys are saying. Ethan is a disgusting POS. No home training is accurate for Ethan. No home training. Absolutely no home training. Just, there's certain ways that you're supposed to handle situations, and I don't want to be like the tone police. And I feel like for the most part, like, there's a lot of things that you could tone police these people on, and this for me is one of them. It is 100% one of them. We've also got a girl with the
You just gotta say, I don't want to be the tone police, but I am gonna tone police.
He doesn't understand. He said, why didn't she fight? Why didn't she bite down? That guy who has a lack of empathy for rape victims has a little bit more empathy when it comes to people who've died. Crazy work, Ethan. Crazy. The concept of Keem being a better person is crazy. It's crazy. It's 100% crazy. So let's move on to the next slide. The next slide says, oh, this is, again, somebody from the community. Somebody says, I find true crime like this so gross and exploitative and tasteless. And for that reason, I'm not going to watch the episode. I wish Katie and the crew found less morbid / horrific crimes interesting too. I think I'm probably going to skip all Tuesdays now unless it's a lighter, more inherently funny crime covered. But I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm just whining because I missed the extra After Dark episodes from the before times.
I think some lighter crimes.
I'm going to bed now. See you all tomorrow. Somebody else said, it is 100% exploitative. And without having experts or anyone else to add to
Once again, realizing that letting women use the internet was a total fucking mistake.
Discussion, it's commercializing death. It's yuck. So the people are not happy. And then I guess they got a mod saying that they've been permanently banned from participating. Oh my goodness. I guess this is them responding. It says, this is an absolutely insane ban for voicing what other people in the community have been saying about true crime. As a 5-year+ sub, I have never wanted anything but the success for the pod, but this is crazy. And then the response was, you have been permanently banned. And I guess it shows the moderator who's made that decision. That is crazy. So people from Ethan Klein's own community are getting banned simply for saying, we just don't want you to cover true crime. Like, we're fine with everything else, but just this is like the one thing that we don't think you should do. Okay, so we've got another clip that's in this post, and I guess this is on the Leftovers H3 podcast, so let's take a quick look.
Suggested she might have bipolar disorder.
Ooh, she had it coming.
Crazy bitch. Had to
This
go.
crazy
Like,
bitch needed to be murdered.
Oh.
Okay, it's obviously tone deaf. But unlike the final joke of that episode, the tight fuckable one, the joke there obviously is that that's not true. The joke there is obviously that would be insane. It's like the joke is the absurdity. Now the tight fuckable episode one, that one is just like, what are we saying here? But that is actually a joke where the joke is on David. It's like, yeah, an insane person would think, what a crazy bitch she needs to be.
Okay, I've not seen this clip. Guys, I promise you I've not seen this clip. What? I can't believe I just fucking heard that. What the fuck? Oh my God. It's not even a little bit on the nose. Bro, it's not even a little bit on the nose, you fucking clowns. You fucking clowns. Oh my God.
Celeste suggested she might have bipolar disorder.
Ooh, she had it coming.
Crazy bitch had to
This
go.
crazy
Like,
bitch needed to be
what?
murdered.
He groomed her from the time of 11 years
But
old.
yeah, they're mocking the
And
legal
yeah.
defense there, I think. They're mocking the legal defense.
SA
I'm going to have to
her at
defend Ethan a
13
little bit. I
in their
really didn't want
quote-unquote
to.
relationship. Yeah, so what
All
was
around
found on
good
his
guy.
phone- Go ahead. Super solid guy.
No, this is fucking gross, guys. Yeah, this is fucking gross. I did not think it was that bad. Have they deleted the episode now? They've got to.
Say what you will about me, you will not catch me with that mutilation charge.
Never had sex with a teenager. Never mutilated a corpse. We love that about our host.
Damn, bro. For
See,
real.
unfortunately, that's funny as well. Say what you will about me, you'll never catch me with that mutilation charge. That's also funny. That's also sadly funny.
Oh God, fuck you, bitch. Nothing about that is funny.
No, that
My
that is.
God.
No.
I'm actually a lot more shocked than I thought. I just seen the first two clips I showed you. Those are the first ones that I never saw this. Oh my God, you evil bastards. What's wrong with you? What's wrong? Like, this is like not knowing how to human 101. Like, you just have to be a deplorable human being to find any of this funny. That's crazy.
Catch me with that mutilation charge.
Never had sex with a teenager. Never.
One sec, hold on. Oh, God. Right, let me turn this around. Bonner Beans just said, I had a loved one. Sorry, it's a long one and I'm scared. I'm not going to be able to say it. I had a loved one who was tragically murdered a couple of years ago. And if I heard someone talking about their case like this, I genuinely wouldn't be okay. The fact your loved one was murdered alone is obviously really hard to deal with. I can't imagine the immense pain and trauma it would add to the situation with it being mishandled in this way, especially for profit. Hearing them talk like this makes me sick. Oof, baby girl, I'm really sorry you lost your friend like that, but oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I couldn't even imagine. I can't even imagine. I've not lost anyone to those means, you know, thank God. I couldn't even imagine what it feels like when, you know, it's a part of a case like this. And then you've got two fucking weirdos, some fucking clowns on the internet just talking mad shit like this. Not even handling, like, the victim at the very least. Handling the victim at the very least with respect. Fucking disgusting.
Mutilated a corpse. We love that about our host.
Damn, bro, for real. So I didn't realize I was having sex with a child. So she says, oh my fucking God, I swear to God, I will kill you.
Your Honor, she threatened me first.
It's self-defense.
It's
right
self-defense.
here.
Exactly.
Right here in purple and white.
Are they actually doing okay? I'm so for real. Her parents knowing makes my heart sick. I can't even, oh my God. Ooh, you've just added another layer. I could not imagine being the parents. If I was the parents,
Dude, this
I
is
would
literally
want
how women
Ethan's
engage in
head.
true crime. It's crazy.
And I'm so for real. I would want your head. You're talking about my little girl like this, and I've lost her? In the most heartbreaking way a person could lose another person? The person I created, and you're talking about her like this? You fucking sick fuck. You sick fuck.
Okay, well, that's a nice, tight little episode. Tight little fuckable episode. Ethan has...
Several H3 members were banned for criticising the episode.
Well. I did not know that there was all this. Just, oh my God. I actually feel sick even fucking reviewing it. You know what I mean? I actually feel sick reviewing it. Oh my God. That is disgusting. So that is pretty much what's happened.
Terrible
shout
stuff,
out
really.
again to Uma for getting this information out there. because Uma is the GOAT and is keeping in touch with the H3 community, because I promise you, I don't even watch the H3 show like that anymore because I'm not even trying to keep up for real, let alone the H3 After Dark show. That is actually just disgusting and deplorable. I feel like I keep getting surprised on these episodes. I literally promise you that I had no idea that the rest was said. There is a certain level of couth you have to handle something of this nature, and it just feels like on all levels, social cues were lost, right? It wasn't just Ethan, because usually Ethan is the inappropriate individual, but people love to, blanket in the, oh, he's neurodivergent, he doesn't understand. They love to, blanket him with that. So it wasn't just Ethan, it was also Girl with the Fuck-Ass Bun, and whoever that producer kid is that I've never seen a day in my life. All three of them making jokes about an extremely serious situation. Mind you, might I add, whilst we're on the subject of what if Celeste's family are watching content creators like you desecrate her fucking memory, not just by your ill-intentioned reporting, but also by your empathy and humanity when speaking about her in the
Wow, this did not hit. I said my favorite content creator based on one video. I don't be watching Paige Christie, okay? Mistakes were made. Just one or two. Guys, did you hear that Harmful Opinions found another minor in Discord? I can't believe it. There is another minor in Discord. Also, Brad Taste is back to just reviewing music, guys. Liam Donovan needs to start putting out in more ways than one. Otherwise, this spot's going to be taken pretty quick.
Yo. Testing. Can you hear my mic? Let's put the mic right here. That's probably pretty good. All right. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? This is attempt number 2. We're trying again, basically. The last attempt, I tried to listen to a Strokes album, and it got taken down, unfortunately, but I put in a copyright request. If that gets brought back, then, yeah, then that will be available to watch. But also at the same time, I'm really confused why they're so strict on copyright. It seemed like an album that was pretty open and interesting and honest. I don't know why they're being so harsh.
I gotta just react to music.
Using their music, but oh well. What's up, Wilder Wolf Shadow? Alright, let's get started with the video. That means I'm done looking at chat. But first, let me just check. Is everything good? This, the audio, the sound, everything? Give an explanation. Thank you. I'll check that after. But yeah, we're going to listen to the new Charlie XCX album today. That's what we're going to do. Sounds good. Of the mic a little bit. Okay, let me do this. My darkest day was...
I don't care what he thinks about Charlie XCX. Let's see. When did he start reacting again?
Okay. Right, now recording. Hi, I'm a little nervous, I will admit. So, let's see where to start here. Hi. I don't currently have the chat up, as I would get very distracted, like my cousin Vetty. You know, sometimes I'm talking to my cousin Vetty, and it feels like he's not listening. It's because he's very distracted. Yeah, and as you could tell, I got that joke from very nervous and corny. But it's okay, alright? I love all of my cousins named Vetty. There's a lot of them. And there's probably going to be more. Okay. Hi, I'm Bradley. The current channel name is DJ BTIM, but it used to be Brad Taste in Music. And almost about a decade ago, I reviewed the album Blurry Face by 21 Pilots. Now, at this time, I was a kid filled with hormones who had just kind of discovered an excitement with the world.
Dude, I hate this guy. I remember why I fucking hated this guy.
Thrill with, like, the things that I was listening to, and I wanted to give 21 Pilots a chance, and I didn't think anything of it. It ended up being a really fantastic experience, and people ended up really enjoying it. But I feel like as the years have gone on, my opinion on 21 Pilots has soured almost retroactively with my own life and my own feelings towards people and trusting.
That Say It Again song went so hard.
Apart.
Totally wrong character. Totally wrong story. Totally wrong character.
Because there's been times where I say I love 21 Pilots, and times where I say I absolutely hate 21 Pilots. And this mindset has not just been toxic for my own, like, you know, audience or people watching, you know, trying to figure out what I feel about this in a way. And as you kind of saw, like, things got really...
Yeah, this guy's react to gorillas.
He's
probably already done it,
life
right?
up.
Do we need to audit Brad's gorillas takes? Or didn't he unlist everything? Didn't he take it all down? No, look, he's got literally years ago.
Yo, what up? It's Bradley, Brad Taste in Music. And Gorilla's Demon Days is what I'm going to be reacting to today. Now, of course, I filmed this footage a very long time ago. So, you know, I got an hour and 27 minutes of footage I have to edit. So what do you say we just jump in? Alright, boom.
Hello everyone, my name is Bradley. I have Brad Taste in Music, and it's time for some back-to-back Gorillaz content.
I recorded this about a month ago, so what? Leave me alone.
That's right. Earlier this week, I took a look at the new album, The Now Now, which was a snore fest, and I wouldn't really say I did a review as much as I did an 8-minute complaining show about it. It was like Tylenol PM. And, yeah, Demon Days. Let's do this.
He doesn't like the Now. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. I hope he destroys his own life.
I have no clue what the purpose of that was. I would not say I'm a fan, though. That is so odd, off the wall. However, it's intriguing.
This guy deserves it all.
Something that the Now Now wasn't. We're not going to talk about that album anymore in this review. First song, Last Living Souls.
Are we the last living souls? Are we the last living souls? Last.
Oh, okay, so maybe that intro was kind of like saying, okay, so I know there was like some lyrics about chemicals in the water or whatnot when I was looking through it. Maybe he's saying like everyone now is dead, right? And they're the last ones living, and they're like the demons or something. I don't know. There's like the demon days is in there's just demons around him, and he's asking, are we the last living souls? Are we the last ones on this planet left? Not a big fan of the beat, but honestly, it's already ambitious. I mean, right out the gate. So, and interesting, definitely.
Not a big fan of this song.
Ooh. Never mind. Not a big fan of of this mix, honestly. It does sound really sloppy. Just in terms
Oh,
of
the
like the
classic.
vocals, they're really hidden. It
Bad
doesn't
mix.
really blend that well. Plus, I'd say the instrumental doesn't really fit all that well with what he's saying. I mean, it is a little groovy, it's a little dancey. I just don't think it works here. I do like that. This is alternative, man. This is alternative. That works, actually. That's really pretty. It's okay. It's growing. Fine, it won me over. But I wouldn't say it's in like top Gorillaz songs. In fact, I'd say it's still lower tier. I liked a lot of the creative elements. I also liked the part where it switched in this sort of folky country area and then switched back. It was an interesting thing, but it worked, you know? You know what I mean? Actually pretty impressive. A lot of the vocals in the very beginning were a little too which, I mean, it didn't match exactly kind of what he was going for, but in general, it lost me in some points. But it does put together this sort of theme that it's going for this post-apocalyptic universe. And I will say, from the music videos that I've seen from, like, say, Feel Good Inc. and Dare, I could totally see this being, like, just, like, you know, end of the world kind of album. And, of course, you know, visuals a little cheating, but it's Gorillaz. It's literally Gorillaz. They're a visual sort of cartoon band. But yeah, kids with guns.
Wow. Very wise, Brad.
This works really well in context of the album, like where it's placed and the sonics of it actually kind of blend really well. Okay, yes, this is perfect in context, because it seems as if, like, it's saying, are we the last living souls? And it's like, it's so post-apocalyptic in a sense, to where now there's like, you see kids with guns running around, as if maybe
Thank you for $5.
like, kids have taken over in a Lord of the Flies situation. Oh, that chorus is so good. It's like so weird, where it sounds like he's actually just like in this pain. But man, that sounds so sweet. Not a fan of this really bassy mix though. It's really poorly put together right in this part.
They're calling it the most undeserved music reviewing career ever. Deeper Armor will spend his whole life crying about Fantano and then celebrate Brad. No joke.
Look, Kids with Guns is a good song. I mean, I know everyone loves this song. I'm not just saying that so that people don't run after me with pitchforks. No, it's a really good song, and I think it fits perfectly in this album because there really is this sort of defeated vibe. All hope is gone. And I think that that's perfectly displayed throughout, like, a lot of the vocal passages. It's odd to kind of put together a lot of the instrumentals in terms of what's being built with the theme. However, it does work, and I think it especially works here, especially with the do-do-do, do-do-do. But man, the bass is not working. Like, the bass and the lows just don't match this aesthetic. They're just so overdone. If I'm listening to music like this, I don't want, like, this extremely heavy and loud sub bass. Still a really good song. Next song, Oh Green World. Oh, that's so much fun. This is so weird. What? This is not traditional at all.
This guy always seems like he's fucking rolling, dude.
I can't say I'm a fan of this one. It's obnoxious. This song just doesn't work. There's nothing I can pull from here. It's just really annoying. There, when it strips it back, that's better. Lyrics are what really makes this song good. Alright, so it seems as if he's saying, oh green world, please don't leave me. Maybe he's talking literally like the world, don't die on me, right? I mean, that would kind of fit with the post-apocalyptic theme, but however, it's sort of pushing you away with the sound. I kind of get that now, that the sound's sort of pushing you away from what's really going on. And it seems like really what he's trying to say is just being masked. That bass groove is what sells it too. That bass groove is great. God damn it. Yeah, that's it. That's actually gonna be the first song. I'm very conflicted on what to feel about it, because there were just so many points in that song to where it was just like losing me completely. And the mix was not that good. I don't think it really worked in that sense. However, thematically, it fits perfectly into the album. Lyrics are interesting enough to keep me listening. And I'd say that it definitely had those parts in the bridge where like that worked extraordinarily well. So it had things that were great, things that just didn't work. Next song, oh my god, I already heard this song, but you're crazy if you don't think I want to hear this song again, man. Dirty Harry.
Bang.
Never fit. Like,
say something retarded, bro.
But just the imagery and the wordplay and everything about this verse is so freaking there. It's just there. You see it so vividly. Everything is that are dove deep into it. Oh, it was there. It's still listenable. Because I'm excited to keep going. All right. Next.
Where you found them at? Got around town. Could've.
He even knew he killed this song. That was wow. Damn. Just like how smart this song is. That's the thing. It's happening. I know in the music.
Okay, whatever.
And even if you're watching this video, genuinely, if it makes you uncomfortable.
Hey guys, it's me, Stylo.
Thank you for the dono. Thank you. I somehow think that it wasn't Stylo. Thank you for the dono. Guys, now's a great time actually to remind you. 280 people watching, 44 likes on stream, so there's 240 people. Now please remember to cast a thumbs up and clicking or pressing thumbs up on the mobile device. Either of you huge appreciated. If you want to take your support one step further, you can donate directly through a stream elements link in the pin chat message. You can also buy a membership to the channel, gift a membership to the channel, gift a whole bunch of memberships randomly throughout the chat. Buy a super chat, which will highlight your message and read it on TTS, or buy a super sticker, which you use image or GIF that will be highlighted in chat, and I'll describe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Kuihman, twitter.com/Kuihman, or reddit.com/r/Kuihman. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, I advise taking a step back, and just we're focusing on yourself and your own health, please. The reason that I want to do this here today is because I owe people an update. I've reacted to the 21 Pilots albums for so long, and right now, I am handling a lot of stuff in my personal life that's very.
Thank you. Huge appreciate it. Thank you.
Very serious. But also when I started this channel, I said, no matter what, I wanted to do something creative consistently. And I stopped doing that. And it taught me a lot. And because it taught me a lot, I feel like I learned a lot about creativity, the importance of it, the importance of art, the message of art. And the way that I look at music in general has shifted a lot. Just because I feel that the stuff that I'm listening to is now more people-focused. And now I think 21 Pilots is great. I feel very confidently about that.
Dude.
And it comes down to a concept called love. It's the fact that even when in the last decade my life has had some crazy highs and some absolutely insane lows, music has always been there. And 21 Pilots is always there, and the stuff that they talk about is giving yourself another chance the next day. And the actual positive effect that this music has had is measurable. I've been to 5 21 Pilots concerts, and I can tell you from experience that the people there are very happy, that they're very connected, that the music does work, that the music actually does help and heal people, and that I was wrong. And that I was wrong about a lot when it comes to that. And that seeing in person how much joy this music brought to people really started a shift in my perspective. And it's genuinely disappointing that it never really went anywhere, because I felt like too much pressure to continue the way things were. But I think that now is the right time. I'm feeling a lot better. Things are still very serious in my personal life, so I would genuinely appreciate if that was not discussed openly, for the sake of that people are still dealing with this and healing with this. But I do want to talk about 21 Pilots, and I do want to talk about this album, because I have not actually listened to this album. Breach, man. You know, it's like, why haven't I listened to this album? It's because I just gave up, man. You know, like, I gave up on music. I gave up on music having an impact on me. And in the last year, artists like Blade have really started speaking to me. And I think that there's a very strong comparison to be made with
all the worst people you know listen to Blade, bruh.
Blade's music and 21 Pilots' music in terms of thematics. As Blade talks about beauty and love and connection and darkness within that, through a palette that is very modern, that is pulling from all different places. 21 Pilots does the exact same thing. And I've written off the idea that what they're doing is just like pop radio cash grabs without...
Blade is just like, it's just dog shit for just like F-slide posers, man. I don't even know what to tell you. It's like the most just... I don't know the penis music song, Stylo. Stay away from this shit, bro.
Listen up. There is no before, there is no after. There's only one king, only one master. King nothing. Listen up. Sulfur surfer.
Oh, I thought you meant there was a Blade song that sounded like
that. Has anything interesting to say these days? Stop making music right now. You all fucking disgust me. You should go fucking be stuck in my head. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She rocking my bed. She bad. She driving me mad. I'm back. It's Blade from drinking. Your eyes are so nice. You look away. I'm stuck in blind night.
Literally, people who listen to this shit would have been listening to Joji like fucking 4 years ago. Probably transgender, frankly. I'm gonna get copyright claimed.
Videos.
Wrong one.
Actually, truly grasping the understanding of the importance of fashion, especially if you're sending a message to young kids, and the fact that these albums actually succeeded so well at speaking to a generation of people who are like struggling with mental illness, I think genuinely disproves my theory that this shit is like objectively trash. So I think it's, if I say nothing else, I want to put that out there, that I was genuinely wrong about these guys, and that I've seen my family listen to 21 Pilots and feel better about themselves and have good experiences. I've seen friends. So I'm very excited to listen to this and give it a genuine shot and see what comes out of it. So yeah, with that being said, I'm gonna look at chat for a little bit, talk a bit with you guys, and then yeah, we'll get started. So all right, let's see what chat's up to. Oh, I'm waiting for this moment. Yo, what's up, guys? Hi. Hello, everyone. Unrecognizable Brad. Yeah. I got the goatee going. I got the same headphones on. These are very good headphones. I use them for like everything. Hey, what's up, Hunter? All right, you guys. All right, let's do this. So, the last thing that I reviewed from 21 Pilots, I believe, was Clancy, and I gave it a 3 out of 10. Now, I've stopped honestly giving albums like these definitive scores and comparing them, or at least even negative scores. I've just like stopped caring as much about that.
Pilots. He's
but that's
talking about Sonic 06.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Ridiculous. And that is a direct reflection of my own mental illness at the time. And if you want to look back and think about that, like the reality is that, you know, 21 Pilots makes music about connecting with people. And when I wasn't connecting with people and I was isolated and literally living some sort of crazy fantasy world, You know, the 21 Pilots music about connecting with people came off as corny to me because I didn't care. But, you know, every single time it feels like that I start to rebuild relationships and I revisit 21 Pilots, it makes a lot more sense to me, because it is so etched with love for its audience, you know, through quality, through ambitious storytelling, and through themes of serious mental illness, while still being palatable to a wide audience through a great arrangement of sounds. And again, I plan on reviewing all the previous albums as well. And I also plan on, after this reaction, taking this album and going through some of the best moments with you guys and remixing them to try to make an even maybe possibly further point on some of the ideas that I have. But I won't be doing any of that until we're done with the album, as that would distract way too much from the album, and we would never get this finished because it's an exhausting process, and I would much rather save it to the very end. Okay. With that being said, first song, City Walls. So
now, in terms of potential entertainment here, we're really looking for him to cry. I feel like
City, but saying is true and a continuation on this. Genuinely care, and I'm ready to act.
Wait, he's still doing intro here.
For everybody, maybe not. It seems like he's kind of slowly coming to a realization that there's not much he can do about it. You know, it's not exactly there yet, but I hear it. You know, whether or not I like Iceman, that's to be, you know, I only got through one track. I really couldn't stand it. I thought it was pretty annoying and whiny. But like, I could see still that he was like processing through it. Just like try to see what's going on. Let's just like pay attention. You know, feel the room. Jagpath, I also heard about that. Probably crashing the Congo Galaxy, you're healing yourself situation. Hey, Ash, I'm so glad you're here. I just want to say yesterday sucked. I'm more than happy to continue a conversation. And start over.
What's that about?
All right. Just give me a second to take care of something.
Seeing some subplots here.
All right, one more distraction. All right, a speech.
In life, there's people.
As it's a limited you to. Great. Let's try one more. Care if you care a lot. This.
Let's see some tears over 21 Pilots, Brad.
Audience, what's going on? The entire book is about this. Is. Oh, you guys weren't kidding. I think this is
artillery now with his cough drops and
remember into that. We hate you, but we believe in you. Thanks.
Okay, this sucks. He's not even crying. Okay, what do? We could farm Asmongold stuff. I haven't done the food shop stuff yet, but I don't know how invested I actually am in that. It looked kind of boring. The only funny thing was the morale call-in. No, I'm not just moving to Kick and getting on Dark Souls. No, we're going to keep doing more content. Do we try this Harmful Opinions minor stuff? I've heard maybe there's a contrarian angle to this from Parry. So unreliable source, but we'll see. It's about this guy Birdman. Do we know Birdman? I don't really know Birdman, so he's like one of these anti-woke guys.
Hey, what's up everyone? Welcome to Let's Talk, the series where we does whatever a spider can. This is your friendly neighborhood Birdman, and today we're talking Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Mid-segment, vaguely relevant Spider-Man detour, guys. Let's go.
Years after using a magic spell to make everyone forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Peter is being your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, protecting New York City and taking on a variety of comic book villains. One day, a speeding tank upends Peter's world, forcing him and the Punisher into an unlikely alliance as they battle a force that can seemingly take over anyone's body. Brand New Day is a breath of fresh air. I don't really put too much stock into what others say, especially regarding either the MCU or MCU Spider-Man, but after watching this movie, there's one thing I will concede, and it's the way the older movies look, particularly Homecoming and Far From Home. Don't get me wrong, I not only love those movies, but have defended them tirelessly from the
disqualifying statement. Disqualifying statement for Spider-Man takes. I love Far From Home, and I've defended it. Disqualifying. I never want to hear your takes about Spider-Man again.
Inexplicable hatred those films receive in the bubble known as the internet. But there is a particular flatness to a lot of the cinematography in those films. Those films also have relatively weak web-swinging scenes, and I'm excited to say that this film suffers literally none of those. I adore how this film looks. It looks like a proper film with color grading for a movie I just couldn't believe was in the same universe as Civil War. I really like Watts, and I thought he did a terrific job in the previous couple films, but you can immediately tell the difference in directors from the staging of the fight scenes, the camera work, and the way Spider-Man moves. I have to say, Credden does a better job here. If you've been waiting for an MCU Spider-Man film with actual web swinging through Manhattan, quips, and acrobatic fight sequences, brother, this is your movie. I maintain that The Amazing Spider-Man 2 has
This is like literally what I mean. It is like paint by numbers, visually, just like the stuff that happens, exactly what some Marvel Spider-Man Sony game Goy wants from this character. It really is. And like, that's not the worst thing, and that's not the worst way it could possibly go. But it's not amazing. It's not good. You know, the film is carried by the Jean Grey stuff. It's a better MCU film than it is a Spider-Man film.
The best web swinging, but this is a close second for me. Usually, I prefer when things in this universe connect to a larger narrative, but this movie feels self-contained and satisfyingly so. Yes, there's Bruce Banner, Frank Castle, and The Hand, but this feels like a comic book in that
Stylo? Spider-Man Lotus is right there.
it's telling its own story while incorporating elements of the larger universe in a compelling narrative, not doing it just because Feige mandated it. His suit is easily the best it's ever looked on film, with an incredible texture that pops on screen. Seriously, what you've seen on social media does not do this suit justice. It looks incredible on camera. There's a particular scene where Peter's just sitting
The suit looks terrible.
in an office at damage control, and I couldn't believe how insane his costume looks just sitting still. And this is what I meant about being a breath of fresh air. There feels like a philosophy shift in the MCU, like they have a swagger about them that wasn't present in something like, say, Brave.
Swagger, you say? Spider-Man with swagger, you say? Perhaps the exaggerated swagger of a black teen.
New World, which is your bog standard Phase 2 MCU film. Yes, I said Phase 2. This Peter Parker feels sure of himself, completely confident in his abilities, a Spider-Man, if you will. And they're telling an interesting story that doesn't feel like you need to do homework to understand. It feels mature in a way that Raimi fans can appreciate. It feels kinetic in a way that the Amazing Spider-Man fans will love. And it more than earns its title of Brand New Day.
Yeah, this guy's sucking this movie off way too much. Jesus. Alright, well, I hate this guy enough to dishonestly smear him having a... That's a joke, obviously. I've been hearing, though, there are perhaps some, harmful opinions may override some stuff here.
First off, credit to Future Nightmares for tipping me off there might be something to look for, as well as providing me access to the server and an archive of the server. Hello, Birdman. You're not familiar with me, but I am unfortunately growing more and more familiar with you. And I would have asked you about this first, but you already have me blocked on Twitter, so I imagine you don't want me to contact you. I believe that everyone makes mistakes, and especially with the passage of time, people can learn and grow. However, if we look at that like a little timer, the space for growth, if someone defends past mistakes, or perhaps things that weren't actually mistakes, and especially if they lie about those past mistakes, in my eyes that timer sorta resets, goes back to 0. Future Nightmares made a video or two about the Birdman, and one of them covers something that was going on in his Discord server. I'm going to be honest, it was kind of a mid-attack. But Birdman, you like fighting games. In Tekken, what happens when you try to duck a mid-attack? In defending himself against Future Nightmare's claims, the Birdman has told an insane lie. Well, to be fair, he said a lot of stuff that's true, but the most important parts are lies. And the things he said that are true mean he must know he's lying.
Birdman, you're in the... Tell me, what happens in fighting games when you try to duck a mid-attack?
Go over it real quick. He's talking about his Discord server, and it starts.
As you can see, when I announced the server, I got 10 likes, and that was about the same amount of people who initially joined that server.
Yep, sure, he'd go on to promote it in various videos, but especially at first, it was not very big. It would seem a little bit more than
Styler, that's his point. That's his point.
Literally 10 within a day, but not massive.
My point is, at the point in which I created the server, I was a tiny creator with a tiny audience, but...
Yes, that's relative and depends on perspective, but sure enough, fine, I'll grant you that.
We were somewhat close-knit, being a smaller community.
This seems true, and remember this, because this is actually quite bad for the Birdman.
Back then, I basically knew everyone in my server, as these were the hardcore fans I'd gained up to that point.
Again, yes, he certainly knew them. Some of them apparently pretty darn well.
These were people I spoke to all the time on my channel and on Twitter, some of whom were my actual real-life friends.
Again, alright, fine, I believe him.
Needless to say, these people were all adults.
And that's where I'm going to have to stop you, Birdman. He then covers what Future Nightmares brought up, which was a pretty weak attack. It was Birdman mentioning a hentai site. In the presence of minors, in a server that acknowledges the presence of minors, well, he likely knew there were minors. Okay, there's more to it than that, but I'd like to show you what he put on screen. My server/content isn't even for minors. Even though that's the case, we have rules in place just in case. Wonderful. Acknowledges that minors can get in, it's not really for them, but you acknowledge they can get in, they might look at it, so you have rules in place to protect them. Cool. Well, not just you, Your mods protect them, yeah? One question, Birdman. How old were your mods? Or let me be more specific. How old was the very first person you appointed as a mod? Let's take a look at that. We can go back to the start of the server and see people starting to join. Someone called Aluminum says, hello everyone, and Birdman says, sup brethren. 9 minutes later, Birdman says to Aluminium, I know you wanted to be a mod, Ali, so I'm going to grant you that permission. And Aluminum says, thanks, Birdman. A couple minutes later...
Half Opinions just needs to stop treating every video like he's running a saw trap. Like, take it easy, man.
Later, a user who goes by Howler's Moon asks how mods are being appointed, and Birdman explains that he is appointing people he's spoken to a lot. Like Birdman said, it was very tight-knit. These are people he knows very well. Back to my question. How old was this Ali fellow that Birdman knew very well, had spoken to a lot, and decided to appoint as a mod into his server that supposedly isn't meant for minors? Go ahead, take a guess. 3, 2, 1... 15. Just kidding. This message is from a year later. They were 14.
These were people I spoke to all the time on my channel and on Twitter, some of whom were my actual real-life friends. Needless to say, these people were all adults.
To be fair, some of them were adults. A few months later, the Birdman made a user who goes by Pericles a mod. Congratulations on becoming a moderator, Pericles. The decision was made solely by me. I didn't consult with other mods. This Pericles fellow was 32 years old. Allow me to show you the interaction where I learned that. On September 14th, 2019, Aluminum's 15th birthday, he says, I thought the server got raided while I was taking a shower. Pericles responds, Ali is underage. Ali is underage. Ali is underage. So, how was that shower? Then lets everyone know he's 32 and shares a gif of the pedophile from Family Guy. Very funny joke. I'd suggest maybe not actually involving a 15-year-old on the internet next time, though. Anyway, point is, it was well known that there was a kid moderating the server, and we can see a mod who got relatively close to Birdman, a story I won't share today, directly acknowledging it. It wasn't exactly hidden, and Birdman said he knew the people there very, very well. So, to hammer this in and be crystal clear, just like to remind you again that Aluminum, I think was the first person to speak aside from Birdman on the server, was made a mod within minutes of joining, was not modded simply because of his Patreon contribution, as it appears some people eventually were, because he didn't pledge, was well known in that server to have been the age he was well known to Birdman prior to the creation of that server, based on Birdman's statement in his recent video, and based on Birdman's statement in the server at the time. And today, Birdman says,
needless to say, these people were all adults.
We know that you definitely know that's not true. Part of your defense is emphasizing how well you knew everyone who joined early. And this is the first person you made a mod, based in part on having already talked to them about this before you even made the server. And something I must point out in case Birdman tries to claim his memory of the start of the server is actually fuzzy.
4 days after I created my server, the chatters and I...
What he says here doesn't matter. What matters is what was on screen. That screen cap is not in the video accusing him of stuff, and it's from a few days after the start of the server. So you took that screen cap, right, Birdman? You went back and refreshed your memory, and then said what you said in the video. What's going on, big guy?
These were people I spoke to all the time on my channel and on Twitter, some of whom were my actual real-life friends. Needless to say, these people were all adults.
Why did you tell this lie? That we know you double-checked is untrue? And why, when talking about this time period especially, did you put on screen that your server's not for minors, and not mention that a minor was moderating it? It's so weird because it could have just been dodged. You absolutely did not have to make any concrete claim about the presence of minors at all. You could have just focused on it, get back and look what it was.
Okay, so he had bad Discord moderation and put a minor's Discord and potentially in a vulnerable position several years ago. Okay. This is again quite, it feels like a mid-attack.
In a Reddit post, YouTuber The Birdman has responded to my previous upload. He did not take the opportunity to open up about what he must know I've found, and so we'll only be going over this very quickly, before moving on to that. He essentially decided to say that, when he claimed that all the people who joined his server at the start were known to him, and they were all adults, he was speaking in generalities, and he wasn't lying when he said they were all adults, because he always makes sure he doesn't know if they are or not. Alright man, I'm not even going to bother getting into that one. He does mention that the mod he appointed when they were 14 once asked him if he knew his age. I'd like to suggest if you got someone you put into a mod position asking you, hey, do you know how old I am? Should probably be a little bit of an uh-oh moment. But it doesn't matter because Birdman moves on to talk about his position on minors as mods in general. To the Birdman on Discord, Age is a number. Like, actually, for real, that's what he said. Age is a number. He doesn't care how old you are if you want to be a mod, so long as you do the job well. I feel there's something a little bit whack about having rules in place specifically to protect underage users that will be carefully monitored and enforced by underage mods. Is that not nuts? Am I going crazy? Why the hell would anyone say this ever? He also says, aside from policing content, he leaves it up to the mods to police the other mods, which will come up later, and that he's rarely in there, which is true from like 2023 onwards, but wasn't really about the time period we're talking about. Shout out to Jenny Matrix for the very nice Discord rip she took that allows analysis like this, and I've been told that she may be able to do stuff like this for you for a price. So anyway, yeah, age is a number. As long as they're mature enough, they're mod material. He ends by pointing out that I have dropped N-bombs on Twitter. That's true, especially in 2015-2016. You want to know something I haven't done though? I have never run cover for someone who currently moderates my Reddit and used to moderate my Discord when they got caught creeping on minors over the course of years. You have almost certainly never heard even the slightest whisper of this story, even if you're involved in Birdman's community, and there is a reason for that. The mod in question would ban and wipe people who noticed and called it out. In 2022, it was another mod on the Discord that noticed this happening and called him out. This mod couldn't ban him, and the Birdman himself ended up getting involved. He ended up intervening. And what was the Birdman's solution? Well, he made any mention of this mod's behavior a perma-bannable offense that he promised to enforce himself personally. Well, was that after getting rid of this guy? No, he can be seen still posting 5 days afterwards. And I personally got in touch with him, and he said to me that Birdman had no problem with him, he never got in any trouble, he just had a lot going on in his life at that point, and he didn't need the stress of people saying things about him, so he dipped. This is what we're going to talk about today. The mod in question is Pericles 8th. In 2019, he was handpicked by the Birdman to become a mod, and they were relatively close. Pericles has talked about DMing with the Birdman to update the Birdman about his cancer. The guy was apparently very sick, and Birdman felt for him. That's lovely. The Birdman would worry about him when he wasn't active on Twitter, and was super glad to hear that his cancer ended up in remission. Awesome. Screw cancer, obviously. However, Pericles was not just le wholesome cancer man. I've shown you one example of him as a man in his 30s being a bit weird with someone he knew was 15 at the time, the underage mod, Aluminum. But from the start of 2019 to the end of 2020, he could be characterized as a sort of child-seeking missile. One he took special interest in was this person who now goes by Ori. Now he at one point said he was a
Game recognized game. I see harmful.
But at other points said he was older. And whenever ages are mentioned, it seems like this Pericles guy is just on it. Like, check this out from 2019. A handful of people, including Aluminum and Ori, talking about their ages. And Pericles drops by to make a drive-by comment. I see a lot of underage sex in this channel. It's not really clear what he means by this, and it's not explained. Maybe messages were deleted at some point. Let's jump back though and go to the start. Pericles' interest in Ori started a week or two before he was made a mod, and it seems fine, I guess, or maybe even good at first. 3rd of April 2019, Ori, who then went by a different name, talks about suicidal feelings. Pericles invites him to talk privately, and Birdman offers to be his new family. Off the back of that offer, Ori says that his dad beat him when he was 4 to 6 years old. Pericles asks his age and he says 15. Pericles asks if he still lives with his parents, and he says no. So far, a little bit prying, but trying to give help or advice. Pericles emphasizes that he's in his 30s, he's been through a lot, things can get better. Great. A few days later, Ori talks about being depressed and says he's going to be off for a few days. Pericles asks him to get in touch and check in when he can, either here or in DMs. Over time, Pericles is made a mod, and he and Ori become more and more familiar. Pericles starts engaging with Ori's content on YouTube. Doesn't appear to be around anymore. I don't know what the touching you comment is. Maybe the Darkness song was in it. Fine. Okay. But the timer's ticking. This 15-year-old who was originally offered private support and mentorship is getting closer and closer to 18. Our boy Pericles was playing the long game, but he couldn't quite wait. He's been cultivating a bond over years and he wants his harvest. If we jump forward a year and some change, we can find Ori announcing his 17th birthday. We can see Pericles saying sup, and Ori says, "It's my birthday, boys, I'm 17. Pericles responds by saying, "I can't wait till next year, because then, when I say that you're sexy as fuck, it won't be as weird." Back then, he would have been a couple years younger than I am now. I'm 34. I'm putting myself in those shoes. No, I don't think so, bro. Swooping in, helping this teenager. Oh, I know how the world is. It gets better. Let me teach you. A couple years down the pipe. Can't wait till you're 18. No, I don't think so, bro. They're surprised to learn that he's not straight, and he explains that he's bisexual. Now, his activity on the server goes off a cliff for a really long time after this. Jump forward to February 2022. His activity spikes for 1 month. He posts over 1,000 messages. Now, there's other weird stuff, but what he was doing with Ori is what people pegged, and when he popped his head up again in 2022, he got hit with it. That's why I'm focusing on this one. And when it comes up, we get to witness an almighty crash out. Now, before the point I'm jumping into the crash out from, it seems like stuff's missing. Like stuff may have been deleted, may have been connected to bans. So we're gonna hop in from where it seems like there wasn't any disruption at all. Pericles, who went by Not a Sausage Sith at that time, poked at someone for saying something about a minor. That user clapped back with a screen cap of some of Pericles' weird behavior with minors from the last time he was active in the server. It's a joke, cope, says Pericles. KB responds, you can't joke about that. Pericles says, I can joke about that, cope. I'm mostly just going to be reading this, but I have to say I disagree. It is not merely a joke, it is flirting. Strange guy, wallahi, says KB. And Pericles defends himself with the rules. You may be exposed to ideas or jokes that make you uncomfortable. Hey man, there's a disclaimer. Any teens that come in here have signed up for me to be weird as hell with them. Does asking 15-year-olds about their showers make you uncomfortable, libtard? He then shares another part of the rules to suggest that no, everyone else is breaking the rules. KB says he crossed a line. I would agree, especially as a moderator. Pericles responds, it wasn't pedophilia, bro. KB says that's not a joke. Yeah, it was lighthearted, but flirting often is. No, you both are crossing a line right now, says Pericles. KB asks how. Pericles responds with a snippet of the rules, explaining that everyone must obey the mods. Read that one carefully, then ask me about a joke again. Read the rules. I said I can't wait till he's an adult. I said I can't wait till he's an adult. Adults aren't kids, adults aren't pedophilia. Cope, you are all breaking Rule 4, and mob mentality, and arguments. You are all breaking Rule 5. KB responds, I don't give a fuck, calling out a pedo is fine. Pericles says, saying I can't wait till you're an adult as a joke is not pedophilia. Cope. I'll give him a point, technically that's the wrong term, but bro was obviously waiting and watching to ramp things up with this person he first met as a more vulnerable, younger individual. It's an inappropriate joke, says KB. That's too far in the other direction. It's a guy in his 30s who mods this YouTuber's Discord, flirting with a 17-year-old. Is he a pedo? I don't know. Is he a creep? Hell yeah. KB says stop spamming the rules because everyone knows them. Pericles says so follow them already. KB says and a joke.
Okay, that's not crazy language. He didn't even say predator. He said creep. So I'm not quite seeing the parry contrarian angle here.
That is tied with something illegal. Pericles says it is not illegal to cuddle with adults. Cope, learn how to read. A deleted user says okay, fine. Pericles says learn what a joke is, learn what humor is, follow the rules. KB says joking about pedophilia, thumbs up. Your jokes are so funny. Deleted user says, the flark did I miss? KB shares the cap. Deleted user says, joking about pedophilia? KB explains he was saying it to an underage person and he's 34. Deleted user asks if it's a James Gunn situation. Nah, but this isn't an edgy joke, says KB. This was just weird. Furthermore, he banned those people. Deleted user says he banned Rarely Cold, he's still here. KB says, nah, but banned Harrison. And Mel, I think. Deleted asks, he banned Harrison? KB says, yep. Pericles says, breaking the rules multiple times. KB says, I know you might not care, but I do. All of them received multiple warnings. All of them disregarded them. All of them received a 24-hour ban. Follow the rules. Deleted says, oh thank God, I thought you meant permaban. Pericles says, you've broken so many rules today it's not even funny. KB says, you've broken the law, bro, I don't want to hear it. Pericles retorts, I've not broken the law. Go read the law and get back to me. Keep slandering me. Keep it up. Keep slandering me. Keep it up. KB says, keep banning people for saying you made an inappropriate joke. Pericles says, my attorneys will anxiously wait to hear about this, my guy. KB says, what rule did they break? A rule about arguments between users and a rule about mob mentality. You're not allowed to think I'm a creep. Sorry. Banned. KB says this is different.
He's really threatening to sue people on Discord, bro. Oh my God.
Please says catch up, read along. KB says they're calling you out on making an inappropriate joke. Deleted says, man, you're only exacerbating the issue. Let it go. KB says they're not ganging up on you for fun. Pericles says your opinion that it's inappropriate. Your opinion. Deleted user says it was over a year ago. Pericles says mob mentality. KB says no, this is out of order, and Pericles repeats, I listed the rules they broke. Read, read, read. Learn how to fucking read, please. I can't be bothered, says KB. Deleted user says maybe you should just step away for a bit. KB says argue with yourself, bro, I'm gone. Deleted user says you're exacerbating the disorder, whatever it was caused by. Pericles says bye. Bye, come back when you can read. Deleted says don't ban him, and Pericles explains I can't ban another mod, it's against the rules, which he never read. Deleted says then how do you deal with an unruly mod? The answer, of course, as KB points out, is that Birdman deals with it. Deleted says I wish he could mod me, otherwise I'd call him in to deal with this himself. Yup, he did, says KB. Yes, says deleted user. A bunch of rule breakers being banned, XD, says Pericles. Deleted user says censor, and there's a deleted message. Pericles says, and a fellow moderator arguing with a moderator in public, breaking the rules. Keep breaking the rules. KB says, me and a couple of others called that guy out for making inappropriate jokes about minors. He's 34. Not just about, two, and it was absolutely flirtatious. And it wasn't exactly the first time. I'm logging all of this, says Pericles. Keep breaking those rules, buddy. Why are you talking to me? Lol. Deleted asks, have you been here for the last several hours? Pericles says, mob mentality, in response to a deleted message. KB says yes. Pericles says Rule 4 was noted and warned. He appears to have banned another person. KB says I don't want him talking to me. Deleted user says, guess who just got banned. Pericles says 24-hour ban, she can appeal. Deleted says I gotta say I respect you, you mean business. Pericles says, guess who was banned? Mob mentality, disrespected a mod, and broke several rules. 24-hour ban, because the moderators here will be respected. Okay, now that everyone is caught up, I'm going back to work. Deleted says, can you permaban guess who? He just DM'd me saying he's not going to follow the regulations he broke because apparently you're a pedophile. Yeah, because apparently you're a pedophile now. KB says, yep. Deleted says, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. KB says, you didn't read the convo then, bro, and post the cap. Even as a joke, KB says, that is crossing the line differently. Slandering another mod in public, says Pericles. Another rule broken. It's a joke about an adult to another adult. Well, they're an adult now. Grow up and...
Yeah, but they want... Dude, this guy is such a fucking retard.
Stop. He hates when that happens. Sorry. And stop breaking the rules. Rule 4. The moderator has spoken, which is why he's not banned. But he's breaking the rules and guidelines of a moderator. Because you can't ban me, says...
All I'm saying here is... Harmful calling this guy creep, which he is. And Harmful showing lolcow shit. Does he treat it like a saw trap? Yes. But I'm not seeing the contrarian angle here. I'm not seeing the... Badman's Discord's not that bad angle.
Says KB. Correct, says Pericles. However, you can be removed as a moderator. Not by you, though, says KB. I will not be hearing about this anymore, says Pericles. Deleted says, but I can summon who can, with regard to who can unmod KB. Pericles says yes to say, let it go. And if the other mod has a problem with it, he is to discuss it in the mod room. Screw this, says Deleted. I'm doing it if no one has any objections. Pericles says, and the other mod is breaking the rules of being a moderator here. This is all logged. Move on. Do it, and Birdman is summoned. KB says, no, we're not moving on from this. It's completely out of order. I'd like to just say that from this, I know that KB is 100% from the UK. Pericles drops in with more rules. You are violating number 4. You are violating the guidelines of being a moderator. Omni received a 24-hour ban. That's enough rule breaking from you today. Led says, all manner of pandemonium happened today. Jesus. Pericles says, lol. And Birdman arrives to suggest perma-banning guess who. Hep asks WTF happened. And it's after this that Birdman gives his final judgment. Let's say he had no idea before. He's now learned that he has a mod in a server that may not be geared towards, but allows minors, and allows them to openly be minors. And he now knows he has a mod who will say stuff like he's seen to them. He may not have recognized the attempt to build a bond over those years, but he knows about the weird sexual comment. What does he say? 4 minutes after his last message, he says, alright, I've cleared up the issue here. Unbanned Melon Harrison. Cool. That discussion regarding sausage's joke is dead. Don't bring it up. Leave it alone. It's been handled. I will have anyone regurgitating this perma-banned, as in I will do it myself. Harmony, please. And Pericles can be seen active in there for a few more days, until he claims he just decided not to use it anymore. Perhaps he's lying. I'd love to know if he was banned. I see he's not a mod in the Discord anymore, but he claims you had no problem with him at all. And I'm going to make a suggestion. I know Birdman said today that age is just a number. I'm going to suggest that this server cannot be run by kids. You should not be making a public post on your subreddit, which is moderated by the mod I was just talking about. Like, bro, you need to not be making public posts about how people can come mod for you if they're a young teen. I don't think I'm being too crazy here. The medium-sized YouTubers Discord, by the children, for the children. Nah, I don't think so. And I would also suggest that, given how things have gone historically in there, and given that you believe it's a good idea to have kid mods, I'd recommend a ban on site policy for minors in general. Make it a no minor server. If the guy at the top is you, maybe just get rid of him. It's a heavy burden and I don't think you can shoulder it. Like an enclosed, semi-private community is even harder to deal with than an open platform that allows kids. Much more intimate, much different dynamics. Like even from a laziness perspective, why do it to yourself? Seriously, what you reckon? No?
Yeah, I don't know. This is like fine. These videos like fine. They're gay like every harmful video, but I mean the points are fine, I think. Kenny, I saw your call into Foodshops last night. We watched it on J-Stokes. Hmm. Do the Foodshops tent. I don't even have it to hand. I don't even have a recording to hand. I just like don't even know how much I give a fuck. There is Jay Stalk had a debate with that conduit guy, apparently. The one who makes those fucking terrible videos about politics YouTubers. Where he just like misunderstands stuff repeatedly. Go as well as the last debate. I think it went much better from what I heard. I think apparently Conduit just like choked. It was like sparking. Being like, oh, so Jay Stalk's just allowed in here then. Dude, I wish there was just like loads of good gaming for Hope content. That's like peak. Oh, Jason, I haven't actually watched the Jason thing. Jason saying he didn't even redebate him, so I don't even know if it's worth watching. It was just like Conduit bitching while he tried to ask questions, apparently. See, I literally don't give a fuck what Muton thinks. I don't like what that does not interest me. I could not imagine giving a fuck what this troglodyte thinks about politics. Conduit, it's funny because he has a YouTube channel where he talks about it. Muton is just like Sideshow Gimp. Okay, Jake's saying some of it's funny. Maybe we'll pull it up. We'll give it a go. We'll see if it's any good. Does anyone actually have a timestamp? I don't know where it is. I can try and skim the VOD.
I'm gonna people strong intuitions that would lead to the genocide
just
of
look
Jews.
for where
In Israel, there's a one-state solution.
Jason gets speaker role, I guess.
Republic
Space.
doesn't mean wait, but that's candidates are wanting to go is the issue.
Senate do vote for
All right. We just have different interests.
border prison
we're kind of circling
abolition
around a
stuff
little bit, but I just
I feel like
I want to
is
give
weird.
each of you an opportunity for like.
Time into what's then what then
Put like a number.
my
yeah,
position
there, I think.
to use state power.
that.
Does it get moved up ahead of Avi?
If it was
Say type
just a
Yeah.
number of people are.
Somewhere around there.
and I want you to consider these.
Okay.
And I want you to consider these people this. I want you to treat them a certain way. And so I feel like we're jettisoning all of that. But I'm happy to say that that's an understandable prescription. I just disagree with it. Or,
Yeah,
or
my
both
prescription. My prescription for the influencers is to take what they say seriously. Stop.
I do that.
I personally I wouldn't even carry any sort of water for these people.
I don't know what
if
that means.
I'll tell you what it means.
Can you tell me first before you keep going?
Yeah, so I think that you believe that.
This is Destiny's top Reddit mod, I believe. Step into the silverback. Big mistake. Big mistake.
Like a Democratic Party member, and he's just kooky, and he's just a
No, I don't think he's a Democrat. He doesn't identify as a
suck.
Democrat. He doesn't
Okay,
say
then
he's
what's
a
then why would you even think that they were part of the tent?
Yeah, I'm a speaker.
I don't know. It depends what you mean by tent.
I gave you the definition of the tent.
On that view, because I think his ideological proximity, and even though I think that occasionally he has bad faith engagements, I don't think it's like overall bad faith such that that I would, on your own criteria, that he would be outside of the tent.
Okay, I need to actually interject now. First off, you guys can hear me all right, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Conduit?
Okay, cool. So what I wanted to come in here was to basically just ask Pisco a specific question. How much anti-Semitism do you think is coming out of this specific circle of far left creators?
A non-trivial amount of anti-Semitism.
Oh shit!
I don't know if you could put a number to it, but would you say?
I don't think I could, but
10 where 10 is
if
a
only
little
I had
Nazi.
this going.
What
right
number
now,
of anti-Semitism
I would
are
love
they
to play
doing?
this in
I would say
the
closer to
space, but I don't have my virtual audio cable set
I
up.
don't know. I
Fuck.
mean, that's just an intuition. But
Next
for me,
time.
1 is significant, right? 1 to 5%
Next time.
significant. Avi, I don't know what your sense is. I mean, I think we probably.
Well, this goes back into what. So one criticism I do have about the polling data, even 30%. If you poll Democrats and a position was polled at 30%, I wouldn't. It's hard to really say that is not on the fringe, because of the inherent constraints of polling. A number of people are just going to vote for a given option. Just for example,
I'm aware I'm a speaker. This guy cut in before me. I
percentage of
wasn't paying attention. I was looking at chat. I was interacting with you
when
guys.
Presented with the poll, about do you think Jews as a class are oppressors and should be treated as oppressors, or is that a false ideology?
Oh, I have no idea about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So there were two choices.
I'm sorry, just to clarify for my
Jews...
sake, do you mean you don't know that for whether or not Jews are oppressors, or whether or not the polling is accurate?
The polling.
The polling.
Okay, cool.
How much weight you should place on some inference it polled at 30%.
Dude, this Conduit guy, man.
It's like a serious representation among Democrats, because 30%.
I was just doing a sincere Pisco thing. I just need to get that specifically clarified.
Yeah. So the two options were, I think Jews as a class are oppressors and Jews should be treated as oppressors, and the other option was a false ideology, and 34% of Democrats said Jews as a class are oppressors and should be treated as oppressors. That's how they answered that question. So, the question is, do you how much weight do you put on that? I mean, do you think that, because presumably that's a view you would want excised from the party. That's a view you would
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's reprehensible. But I honestly think that sometimes, again, there are stories you can tell about that polling data, which I'm sure, Avi,
right.
You're familiar with those.
But there's stories you can tell about, the polling data that you referenced about, socialism being,
Yeah, no doubt. But that's what I mean. You need to inquire a little bit further. And so when people say, "Oh, they're socialists, they should be kicked out," it just depends what you mean by socialist, and it depends what you think the electorate means by socialist. That's all I mean.
And it depends on all the factors with the polling data as well. So the point there is that it's not a clear defense just to say, "Oh, well, if you think."
I think it's significant and non-trivial. I don't know the percentage.
Let's skip there a little.
I assume it's something like
they say okay, like it doesn't matter, like list from memory of like.
I'm wondering,
like anti-Zionist,
as someone who like principle like guiding like political principle is like I want people to have healthcare. You have officially become like too damaging to be able to defend like as someone who like acts as a voice of what the movement is.
Yeah, does that mean
wouldn't
that
apply way more to like supporting Israel than it would to being like anti-Zionist? Like you're actually doing harm to a democratic movement at that point?
Okay, cool. I'm talking to J-Stock now. I don't know what you
Based
mean
on
by
the
that.
polling?
I'm specifically talking about people who like
based on the
are
polling that
platforming,
most
like
Democrats
information
think
that
it's like
does
a
not actually
genocide and are not
qualify
supportive
as
of
like.
Israel?
Well, he's
criticism
wait, hang
of
on. So
Israel. I'm
he's
talking about
he's giving a
anti-Semitism.
just hang on. I'll let you ask your question.
Dude, the voice quivering as
Jay
well.
Stock,
Oh
but
my God.
I just want to finish with the interaction here, and then you can absolutely ask your questions. But so Conduit, so I'm just trying to understand, like, is there a level of anti-Semitism such that we shouldn't do what?
Such that we should not like engage with these people or like put any sort of like tacit or explicit endorsement on their involvement in what we are doing. Like if like someone looks at Crystal and Kyle and says like these people speak for Democrats, they are on the Democratic team, like we just say like no, we do not involve them, they do not speak for us because what they are providing to us is like tangibly harmful.
So I want to clarify the second part of that. The first part of that, I think the answer is no. I mean, like I would engage with Groypers. The other day I engaged with Myron Gaines. So clearly the first part, like, no, I would engage with anti-Semites and I have done so. And sometimes it's useful to do so. I think Avi would agree with me on that. And he would engage with Holocaust denialists. So if that's what you mean by engage just to mean like interact with.
Oh, no, don't tell me this. Wendigoon just dropped a 4-hour Timothy McVeigh video. Dude.
Like,
okay, so I want to
way that does not present you as like not defending but like criticizing what that specific point of view is. You're just sort of like lending tacit like acceptance to it for the purpose of whatever message you're sending instead.
Yeah, so I want to do that part. Like, is there a level of anti-Semitism where you wouldn't endorse someone? Yes.
Okay. I guess the next question is just like I know I tried like asking you to like put a number to it before.
Is there a
but,
level
like,
of
you saw my
Zionism where you
video
wouldn't
on,
endorse
like,
somebody is my question, but
Breaking Points and Kyle Kalinske already. So like you know that like I think that there are specific moments of like very real anti-Semitism going on there, and that it hasn't actually gone away since that video came out. It's actually gotten a lot worse.
I'm not convinced they're anti-Semitic. But
I mean,
if they are,
in terms of them specifically saying I don't like these Jewish people, or do you think that
I'm not convinced that they have a prejudice.
Their actions do not like unintentionally result in things that are anti.
Well, I just understand anti-Semitism to be
he's like
sort
about
of
to
conscious
cry. Oh my God.
discrimination of someone on the basis of some trait, and so that's why
There's no way you believe that.
Okay, so can you? So you're saying that like just to like qualify this for a second to make sure I understand correctly, you're saying that someone can't be unconsciously racist.
No, I'm just understanding the term racist to me maybe they could be unconsciously anti-Semitic. That's not what I thought you were referring to.
yeah, exactly.
I'm saying that the lines get
Surely
blurry
there's
to a
some,
point
like-
that something that might not be like conscious to like what their action
Unconscious
is in a moment
bias going on.
becomes
Surely.
in the aggregate something that is like very deliberately pushing towards something.
Well, deliberate.
all
I
of
just mean deliberate seems like it's
deliberately
conscious.
than-
like it's into
More deliberately than
all of it,
Israel
like,
is
the Venn diagram of like all of their actions.
ethically
the
cleansing
center of the
Lebanon right
circle,
now.
like, is something that is deliberate, even if it's not something that like they're pushing towards knowingly.
So okay, so I just want to know: are we talking about unconscious anti-Semitism or conscious anti-Semitism?
I am saying that like even if your mind isn't necessarily like cogitating like the words "I don't like Jews," it is cogitating like all of the surrounding words of "I don't like Jews" and all of the meanings.
What is he saying? What word is he using there?
Even if your mind isn't necessarily like cogitating like the words "I don't."
Cogitating. Is that what he's saying?
Or conscious anti-Semitism?
I am saying that like even if your mind isn't necessarily like cogitating like the words "I don't like Jews," it is cogitating like all of the surrounding words of "I don't like Jews" and all of the meanings overlap to a point where like even if like that specific sentence isn't coming up, the result is the same.
I'm not saying that it needs to be the specific sentence "I don't like Jews." I just mean like a prejudice that one.
You're like not saying anything extra by using the word cogitating. Just say thinking. It's like literally the most sped shit in the world, just deliberately using big words, bro.
Is aware of versus one that one is not aware of. Which are we referring to?
I'm saying that at a certain point there's no functional difference because if you're in
Whether there is a functional difference or not, I'm asking what you're referring to.
It can be interpreted.
Yeah, well, whether there is a functional difference or not, I'm just asking what are you referring to?
I also feel like he's
referring to the.
My assumption is he's mispronouncing it. Is it really college? It's not cog.
Cogitating.
No, he's right. Okay, fair enough.
I can't speak to what's in like literally in their mind. I can only speak to like
based on circumstances. I know, but we can't read Nick Fuentes'
and the actions that they have done that have resulted like in a conclusion that says that
Dude,
like,
this is brutal. I
this
feel
combination of actions can be like in good faith determined to be against a specific group of people without
Is there a
like,
way
any
to
sort of
accurately describe
justifiable evidence that would
the
suggest
things
that,
Israel's
like,
doing and the people
it only
supporting
happens
it
to, like,
without
overlap
doing some
with
form of
that,
unconscious
rather than, like,
anti-Semitism would be my question.
That's just like the only reasonable conclusion you can draw.
So there could be a collection of evidence, circumstantial evidence that would indicate that someone consciously is anti-Semitic, and there could be a bunch of evidence that shows that someone unconsciously is anti-Semitic.
They want to
and
paint
so I'm not,
these as
I'm not
anti-Semitic,
saying
by the
that you need
way.
to be able to read their
I'm
minds. I'm
hearing
just asking
this.
them, what do you
I'm not
want me
joking.
to analyze, or both, or none? Like, what is it that you want me to analyze in terms of their anti-Semitism? Their conscious, like avowed or deliberate or knowing anti-Semitism, or some other kind of unconscious bias thing?
Okay, this is gonna sound a little like, but like it is somewhere in the middle. It is somewhere where like if you like tried like asking them point blank to like interrogate themselves, they probably wouldn't be able to come to that conclusion. But if you ask them the right questions, the overlapping answers would
How
create.
do you differentiate this from just
So neither
dislike
conscious nor
for
unconscious?
Israel's actions and the people who support
Yes.
those actions?
I am saying
know
that
what that
there is
means.
implicit bias that creates
go.
an intentionality even where.
Oh,
there, like,
implicit
isn't
bias. I
necessarily
understand
a
implicit
direct
bias.
intentionality.
I can't press
Yeah,
this guy.
so
He's
like
like
an
actually,
implicit unconscious bias.
I'm trying to be nice, okay?
Sure, let's go with that for now.
Right, like, so
$2,
you-
thank
like
you.
someone might, go for their purse when they're walking next to a black person. They didn't think about it. It was just kind of like a reaction they had, and they.
Who's the guy saying cogitating? It's Oh my god, can't do it. This retard.
Powerful movements in history are fueled
Got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that Hassan Piker.
Chilling with the captains, like I
10
don't
toes
understand.
fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Anne Frank died before she could resist.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
Now they could go tomorrow.
Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
The Donald Trump, which we have no
Transition.
doing, and a down.
Attacking this
Zoomer NPR.
So I decided I wanted to take a look and see what Zoomer NPR was really like. For 1 week, I would watch Hassan's stream start to finish and report back what I learned. Let's see how Zoomer NPR stacks up to regular NPR.
South Asian prosecutor, hashtag GovBots. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag.
I've made a terrible mistake. I really don't like this meme that Democrats just use diversity to paper over institutions without substantively changing them, especially when you compare them to Republicans. All you need to do is take a look to see that they are very different. Trying to critique by calling out something as tokenization becomes its own form of tokenization because you misunderstand the circumstances and deny the agency of the people who choose to be.
Well, okay, but like immediately it's something retarded. Hassan doesn't think that Republicans just paper over institutions without changing them. Hassan thinks they want to change him for the worse. So he's not claiming they're the same. It's like immediately something retarded in there.
You might do these like cringe tests, right? Or I don't know if they're cringe. Maybe they're scientific. Have you ever taken one of these tests where they give you a bunch of faces and you have to say like which one like rank
This is
them.
asking
You know
if
what
you've
I'm
ever
talking about?
had a job that pays above minimum wage.
I know
by
what
the
you're
way.
talking about. I haven't done one of those like myself.
Yeah.
But I will say to like your specific example, I am going to yes and that like it's
Okay.
not just like walking by a black person and like holding your purse a little tighter. It's like
Spreading anti-Semitic tropes.
Doing that like so reflexively like every time it happens, and like being like specifically called out for it, and refusing to like engage with the idea that like there is like an implicit bias. There is like a very specific defense mechanism that says like,
man,
I have a justification for this that isn't because they're black.
Is the
Even though,
lefty
like,
is the lefty defense
you
of
can
like
plainly
micro
tell
looting
that, like,
and
the
stealing
only,
overall very similar to the
through
centrist
line
defense
for
of
when
Israel?
they do this is when the person that
And
they're
that it's like
walking past
it's an
happens to be
objective
black.
wrong.
It doesn't happen to do with like any other like overriding
I think there's
characteristic that
something
would make you
there.
say that, like,
I can't bring it
regardless
up right
of
now
their
'cause
skin
I
color,
haven't
like
thought about it, but
they do seem like someone who is dangerous.
they feel similar.
So on the implicit bias front, like I'm much more likely to treat people who I gather have an implicit bias or an implicit or unconscious prejudice against Jewish people better. And is there a line for the level of unconscious? At a certain point, I'm just going to. It's just going to merge into my intuition that they're consciously biased, right? If it's done so often, and it's
then remember that you can't purchase them anymore.
and they continue, and there is no other plausible explanation to what the conduct is, right? There's no plausible, good, face-saving rationale for why they did the thing that evinces the unconscious bias. That's just gonna, like, in my mind, I'm gonna treat that as constructively conscious. But yeah, that's kind of like how I approach those. I guess. What are you asking me? Has someone crossed that line for me?
I guess I guess like the questions that I would ask are like, do you think that like I would be able to present you with that kind of evidence if I showed you the evidence that I have? Do you think that like it would change your view of how you defend these people and how you
Depends what the evidence shows.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My point isn't like a guarantee that like it can or cannot do something for you specifically. It's, do you think that your mind is open enough that like if you receive this, like you wouldn't let your own implicit biases get in the way of being able to recognize that?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I feel like I am staunchly against anti-Semitism.
What a worthless question. Why don't you give an example where you think Pisco's implicit biases have done that? Otherwise, what the fuck are you saying?
I tried to keep my ears perked for dog whistles. I think I hear a lot of that from, I'm gonna be honest, like Jank and Anna on 2YT. I feel like I
aren't dog whistling anymore. They have been like okay, like I don't mean to like just like keep plugging myself. Like my TYT video that I think I did before Kyle Kalinske and Breaking Points
videos fucking was suck, like man. They
were fully
and Pisco's shit on them totally.
Like Zog.
That's true.
Okay.
Like,
I mean,
it has not been subtle for a while.
Does that contradict what? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think I heard on a Piers Morgan show be like, your Jewishness is why something. So I would agree with that. I don't think that they're hiding that. So I don't know. Like, yeah. So the answer is, I think I'm open-minded enough to consider that. I think I've demonstrated that.
Okay. Like the point that I was trying to get at there wasn't necessarily that like you couldn't recognize the anti-Semitism there. It's just that like that kind of anti-Semitism like might end up being different from the kind that like we would be engaging with if I was to show you like what I have.
It might be the same as what I'm considering on the 2IT front, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you want to present that now?
I don't want to like just like dangle this in front of everybody and like build it up forever, and then it turns out to be like disappointing to like the audience. So first, I just want to like see what JStock has to say, I guess.
Okay. I mean, yeah. JStock, what's your question?
My first question would be, how do you disentangle dislike or anger at Israel's actions from anti-Semitism? Like, what
is that for me or is that for Conduit?
That's
It would
for
be that
Conduit.
the connection that they are drawing to Israel for their criticism is not justified by what the criticism actually is.
Okay, and that you feel like your criticisms, the list you have or the list of quotes you have, is going to mostly follow that?
Yes. I think that there is some overlap with how they criticize Israel, but that is not the entirety of it. I think that like the obvious caveat, you can criticize Israel without being like anti-Semitic, but the problem with like that line of thinking isn't that like when people say that like you're being anti-Semitic.
Why did no one tell me Tommy Robinson did an Oxford Union debate about Islam today? What the fuck?
Just offended by it. Like, I'm saying that there are very clearly times where like someone is using the cover of criticizing Israel to like just be anti-Semitic.
Where they're being
Whether or not,
disingenuous about that.
That's happening now is like decide for yourself.
There's a
Say whether or not,
re-smog
like, that's
thing.
something that happened intentionally.
Yeah, that they're using Zionists as a.
like,
They're using Zionists as like an excuse, as a way to say it without. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Got it. Yeah. Okay. But you don't want to
Zionist
present.
could be a pejorative. Okay, go.
You don't want to present that evidence right now. You said so. You wanted to know if I'm open to it. Yes, I'm open.
Literally, like right now in the next 30 seconds. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I'm open to there being, the term Zionist is being used as a stand-in. In fact, I think it happens. I mean, do you agree with that?
No, when someone uses Zionist, they never use it.
But is your impression that I'm someone who's like unwilling to hear that evidence, and I'm unwilling?
No, I think you're willing to hear. Yeah, yeah. I mean, one might even call it a form of laundering.
Yeah. Fuck you. All right. So, Jason, can you direct your question, not to Kondo, because presumably you had a question before. So, what's the other question?
Originally I came on. I do like this conversation, though. I would like to keep participating in it. But originally I just came on to say, yes, Abdul El-Sayed, not a socialist, not a DSA member, right? I think he's got support from DSA members, but he's not a DSA member, not a socialist.
Yeah, that is what he said. Yeah. That is what he said in Hobbit. I think it goes to your point, which is like, why would you treat El-Sayed worse than AOC in the primary context in the Senate situation and that I think is part of Avi's prescription, his prescription specifically regarding what you think I should do vis-a-vis endorsing these candidates. Does that make sense? He's not a DSA type, in other words. So what's your response to that?
You want my response to?
Or Hobbit is the one who signed on to Avi's. Avi's prescription was that he signed off to, not all of it, and that's to Avi's great chagrin. But Avi's prescription, that the part that you signed on to, was endorse them only in the general and only in the Senate House, but not in the primary. And the response is, well, El-Sayed isn't part of the set because he's not a DSA member, he's not a socialist. But yet you answered that.
To be fair, he said DSA types. He didn't say DSA members.
Yeah, I think that the fact that you came in here and said, well, El-Sayed is not actually a DSA member, you actually understand 100% what it is that El-Sayed is doing.
He's not a socialist.
Yeah, well, it's questionable.
Yeah, this guy fucking blows, I'm going to be real. This just sucks. It's just like aimless whinging about lefties again. Are we moving over to kick? I'm not sure. New videos from Scrubbing. No, I don't even know who Young Philly is. I know he like raped someone or something.
Hello everyone and welcome to another brand new video over here where we actually have maybe 3 or so major breakdowns when it comes to big drama. I wasn't really sure exactly which one to go and focus on as of today, so I figured as a YouTube content creator, I could just go do all of them. So if any of these 3 interest you, I'll maybe try to put a little timestamp or at least kind of give you guys a rough time of where it's at. Number 1, we do have the story of Twitch. And this is going to be a lot of like AI / like betrayal. So we have Twitch themselves having an announcement, or at least more of the rumors of the announcement of them going and working with AI. Now, as I'm sure you guys can probably go and test, especially in the VTubing sphere, we've talked about AIs, the problems with generative AI, when it's okay to use, when it's not okay to use, and of course, for me, I've always had the intriguing mindset of cautiously optimistic. I'm not a big fan of artists themselves. Like, you know, if people are copying and pasting art and stealing from folks, not a big fan. I'm also not a big fan of rising electricity costs or as well the idea of like our own actual world getting destroyed. But I'm actually one of those people with all those things in heavy consideration. I just don't really like generative AI because I usually like to work with artists and, well, they also have to eat as well. But one big thing when it comes to AI is that I'm kind of somewhat okay with it. We're going to see in the future because, well, number 1, a lot of people will use AI when it comes to even stuff like medical research, space travel, like, you know, all this type of stuff, mathematics. There are going to be positives of it all. And I would love to see in the future where we have like robots that can go and help. We can basically take away like manual labor as long as other people have jobs. There's a lot of caveats, which is why
total child's view of the world. This guy's so molested, bro.
Green is getting canceled pretty much, I would say, for him utilizing AI in his channels. Now, his case is a little bit more, I think, in the bad end, because some YouTubers or content creators may go and be like, oh, let me do a small little bit of AI or do this, and this. He was actually using AI to kind of help get sources for his videos, and for someone who has been somewhat beloved, both for being an author as well as also doing like science channels, and his content is based around teaching stuff. I kind of put that in the same idea of like a teacher utilizing AI. I'm not really the biggest fan of that, but I'm one of those people, if you use AI for kind of like simplifying certain tasks, I'm okay with that, but on the creative process, it's not the best. So we're going to break down the drama on that, and I would love to hear your thoughts. Break down the drama on the Twitch end, and we may, if we feel like it, may also throw in the H3 Idubbbz drama just for the sake of like old school YouTubers, featuring the Hank Green, because it does seem like they have a little bit more petty lawsuit drama. Just a bunch of random stuff throughout this video. I'm not sure which video thumbnail you guys will go and get, because you have 3 different ones. So we'll do one Hank Green one VTubers upset at Twitch, which I would agree on, and then one maybe a random Idubbbz one. Let me know which one you guys get down below. And of course, subscribe if you guys are new. You guys like the drama, the T, Twitter, and Twitch as well down below. And of course, if you guys are also intrigued, we are sponsored by PlayStation. Check on the H6 links down below. Anyone who does.
Sponsored by PlayStation? No, you're not. You have an affiliate code. Come on. Yeah, you have an affiliate code. Come on now.
That I love you very much. So thank you guys all for popping on in. So let's first and foremost, let's go talk about this Twitch drama, because I think that kind of leads into a, in my opinion, a good segue for the Hank Green stuff. So about only a few hours ago, we had Zach Bussy. I always laughed his last name. Basically making a tweet saying Twitch and Amazon are apparently planning to use streams to train generative AI. Now, anyone who doesn't really know, you have AI itself, which is maybe like someone is like coding, let's say the idea of like a robot, like you have a little robot walking around utilizing AI, etc. That's kind of just normal AI, like whatever. And then maybe just asking like ChatGPT questions, like, hey, like, you know, I'm mad today. Why am I mad? And you get like a random safe response. That's just AI interactions. Generative AI is like the idea of, hey, AI, I need you to make me a picture of me, but like anime and super buff, and I'm going to make also a profile picture and make me an animation that looks like a Pixar movie. Now, people and most artists don't usually like the generative stuff in terms of like, hey, I need this, give me this. Like kind of maybe when it comes to like, say, script writing, when it comes to YouTubers, when it comes to maybe even making art, say for VTubers. And as well, people don't really like the idea of their faces, their voice, because in theory, we can probably even see with AI, sometimes people will be going and doing like voice training. You go and have an AI post over there, and then it can sound exactly like me, or maybe have an image and it looks exactly like someone else. People make those with memes all the time, but if it's something more strange, because we've seen that happen where even some content creators like Aatrox,
yeah, this just fucking blows, man. I just can't even. Muster mock him for being a rape beast during this. It's only funny to watch him talk about topics that are tangentially related to sex, because he is a very molested guy. So we are going to move over to Kick. Moving over, moving over. Finishing the stream on Kick, guys, and doing the rest of the stream on Kick. Moving over, moving over. Wrapping up on YouTube and Twitch, so moving over.